Oh, no, that's the wrong stream. This is not the gaming stream. Hello, everybody. This is stream number 312, and just starting up right now. I have a cold today, so I'm going to be going maybe a little bit more slowly and taking a few more breaks. So, hello, Nui, and hello, T.S. Jost. Did you enjoy watching The Witness? That's good. The puzzle game I'm playing on my gaming stream, I have 97 more puzzles to find. This is not The Witness, this is coding. Hopefully I'm streaming to the correct stream with the correct title and all that. So welcome, friends. I don't know if I'll be able to do the full 4 hours today. I'm not feeling that well. I'm not feeling that bad, but I'm also not feeling that well. My kids gave me a cold. There might be a popping sound until I turn that. Oh no, it's already off. Okay. But I need to adjust the volume back. Okay, yeah. So let me think if I missed something. I missed a few things. Start the timer, stats, all right. Got the link, put it in Discord. I'm actually streaming and recording. This is good. Give them detention. My daughter said it will only last a day or two, the sore throat, though. So I have a little bit of a headache, so my wife said, why don't you just make some tea or caffeine? And I'm like, I haven't had tea in a long time. But yeah, maybe this once. Need something to keep me going. It's still really hot. And I have another thermos here, so I don't have to brew any more later. Let's see. Yeah, that's out of date. I almost always would have a cup of tea every day for a long, long time, many years. Then I gave up caffeine and went through the withdrawals and all that. And now I can have an occasional soda or tea just fine. So as long as it's occasional. Edit com today. It's working on miscellaneous tasks related to items in his game today. And also some refactoring. Check out today's notebook page here. Take all of that and paste it here today. At least the bot is still up and running. It's midnight there. Can someone wake up in 4 hours when it starts? Should I still stream The Witness? I already beat the game. I guess we still... Do we really have to find the other 97 puzzles and all the environmental puzzles? I guess I can keep looking for those. Need to 100% it. Including the long movie ones? Do those actually count if you just start the movie and leave? Because I could just do that. Start the movie and then go do some other stuff. Come back. And, oh, yeah, it's already done. 99.8% then. Well, and Doran was playing before. Did you see his stream? Hey there, Elino. And Arthur, hello. Okay, starting up the stream. The plan for today is twofold. I got containers working in my game, so that's items that can contain other items. Hey there, Cthulhu. And I want to finish up some loose ends on that, maybe some embellishments, and I also want to start doing some refactoring because the unit test suites are in sore need of refactoring right now. Looks like you need to call into work today. Sorry, can't come in today watching a random stream. I'm sure they'll understand, because they probably watch and subscribe too, right? What type of game? If you've never been here before, there's a little video that explains really quickly overview of what I do, and the game itself you can play there. I have to actually boot up my test environment. Oh, it is booted up. Oh, nice. So I can just hop right into it. This is what the game looks like. I'm kind of cheating because I'm the GM so I can walk through walls, but it's a multi-user dungeon. So it's got elements of role-playing, elements of storytelling. It's primarily text-based, but there's some limited graphics in it. These graphics were inspired by Ultima 5, so squarish tiles. Visibility is either blocked by barriers or enhanced by distant light sources. And you are always centered in the screen. There are other players and as well as non-player characters wandering around. Roleplay isn't that RPG? Yeah. The multi-user dungeon is a special kind of role-playing game, right? It's an old school, primarily text-based one. Are there any puzzles in it? T.S. Joss, we're going to have to put some puzzles in here. I have to think about what the puzzle mechanic would be. Would it be something like actually wandering through a maze, and maybe the way you wander through would be kind of reminiscent of The Witness? Should have been studying this week, but decided to begin writing a mud engine instead. What have you done? What have you done? You've followed in my footsteps. How could you? If you're studying game design, then you're actually doing both, right? But presumably you're supposed to be studying something else. Make the mud related to studying. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, my game is online. I've been playing The Witness, and T.S. Joss has been watching me play that. But this is sort of my day job, as in my hobby that I've had for a really, really long time, and now it's become what I do in my free time now that I'm a stay-at-home dad. So I do this about 20 hours a week on stream, live on Twitch. And for reasons, etc., and why, you can check my notebook, but basically streaming this is fun and helps keep me accountable and helps challenge my organization. Pull a lever to open door, yeah. I don't know about those, but Ultima is similar to like a story-based RPG where primarily you're walking from place to place, being led to do things and to talk to various NPCs in certain order, and you're also searching for secrets. So, for example, if George here is one NPC, you might go up and talk to him and ask him about a quest item, and he'll say, I know who to go to ask for the next piece of the puzzle. Tell him this secret word, and then you'd have to go find the next person, etc. There's going to be elements of that, but also elements of traditional Dungeons and Dragons experience. So you'll be walking through areas and having to solve puzzles, and also you'll be attacked by monsters, and you'll have to defend yourself. Database-driven development. Can I add a banana? I don't have the graphics for a banana, but yes, I could add a banana. So there are, we could basically put anything I want into the game within the ability of me or someone else to draw the art and to think of how it would be scripted. So, sure, we could add a banana. Not right now, though. At some point, though. So today what I wanted to focus on is the items in the game. And not specific items, but the game engine support for items. Hey there, Jessen. What's that? Mainly hard to figure out. Wrote your own version. Wait. Oh, right. The recursion. I remember that. That was fun. Jessen TV came into this stream a while back, not too long ago. With we're looking at the code that their professor gave, and what was unique about it was every function had to be recursive. And that was sort of a brain twister, because when recursive functions call other recursive functions, it's like a second order of recursion. And you have to start thinking about undoing and redoing in a recursive loop, and that threw me for a loop. No pun intended. So this is what we look like when we're actually a real player and not the game master. So in addition to what the game master sees in the non-admin mode, we also have items in our inventory, and we even have equipment slots. So, for example, I can't put the sword on my foot, but I could put it back into my bag. This is a bug right now. That's actually what I wanted to add that to the list. That should be on the list already. Let's fix bug with lose obtained text. So right now it thinks that if you put some piece of equipment onto an equipment slot that you lost it, because it's not scanning equipment slots when it's accounting for what items you have. So this is your general inventory, and these are equipped items. So what I've been working on the last few weeks is introducing the concept of containers. So this box right now in the game, if I look towards the box, it pops up a secondary inventory, which is what's in the box. And I can say, oh, let's take the money out of that box. We could place it into our inventory and then leave, right? And if there's another box, I could place the money into that. or I can just stash that back to where it was. Let's move that there. So it's very raw, as you can see. There's not a whole lot of text feedback of what's going on. There's no title or border around this to make it obvious that this is the contents of the box you just looked at. So see if I can work on a little bit of that today. Another thing that's missing, I don't know if I'll do today, is when you mouse over items, usually in this kind of game with limited graphics, you at least get a tooltip or a pop-up that tells you what it is. So if I hover over this, it should say gold. Maybe a subtext would be, you use this to pay for stuff, or you use this to buy things, or something like that. And maybe hovering over the sword would say that it's a sword, it can be equipped in your main hand, it does 1d8 plus 2 damage, that kind of thing. So something geared towards what the player would know about the items that they have. And perhaps there's some state involved there. Maybe at first when you pick up something in the game, your character says, I don't know what this is, it's some kind of sword. And then you have to maybe take it to an expert swordsmith to ask, well, what are the unique properties of this? And then maybe he'd tell you more about it. So I imagine there'd be a concept of, we won't tell the player everything about every item they have in their inventory. Certain things will be state-driven. So maybe you know nothing about something, maybe you know a little bit about it, maybe you discover things about an item, or maybe you learn all of its secrets, so that kind of thing. Ah, that's good. All right. So first thing I want to work on today, fix the bug with the lose obtain text. Current task, fix bug with text that appears when you move items. Fix lose obtain bug. So again, demonstrating what that bug is. If I take this sword and put it into my general inventory, it says I obtained the sword, right? And if I equip the sword, it tells me I lost it. That's because it's not scanning these equipment slots when it's accounting for items. It would be the case that I lost it if I put it in the box, because the box is not part of our inventory. I could actually walk away now and I've truly lost my sword, right? And then this is true that I've obtained it if I take it out of the box. So the inventory of any container we're interacting with should not be accounted, but everything in our general inventory or equipment slots should be accounted when we figure these things out. Gino Hacker. Hey Gino, thank you for that subscription. I'm very honored that you would sub to my channel. Gino Hacker is a regular of another stream that I watch and hang out in, so thank you very much. Hi! Now you can use my silly emotes. And in this stream only, you can say Raimu good. Doesn't show up for me because my messages don't show up in that chat overlay, but if anyone else does that, it's like a picture of me doing that, which is part of the overlay I use, which is developed by CM Griffin. So I'm working on my game. I'm going to be fixing that bug. Once again, the bug is where if I move an item between general inventory and my equipment slots, it says you obtain or lost it. I don't want to see that. So I'm going to start by making a test case for that. Ramu Good versus Tim Good. Yep. So TS Joss took Tim Good and heavily photoshopped it, putting my face underneath the glasses and the hat. All right, tests. And this is what I'm going to improve on later. This is very complicated and needs to be simplified. Let's just look for the words you obtained. You obtained. The first search I make each day is slow because I don't have an SSD yet. Okay, here's where it actually is. Here's where we have it in some tests. So that's good because I kind of want to take one of these tests and make a new version of it. Let's just steal this test, make a copy of it. I'm going to name the test something relevant to the use case we're going to be simulating. So equipping sword should not tell you that you lost it. Very obvious, right? So make when an item is moved from general inventory to an equipment slot, the player should not be told about that item being lost or gained. And this should be like between, when an item's moved between general inventory and equipment slots. Hey, Epic Unknown. Hey, last time you redeemed a channel point award, and I didn't see it, so my apologies, Epic Unknown. I was able to redeem the points, so you did not lose them. And actually, that reminds me, I should be popping up my rewards queue, just in case I need to, what would you say, redeem? I don't redeem them, you redeem them. They're requests awaiting redemption, I guess. So, sorry about that, Epic Unknown. You should have your points back, though. All right. So we need to have a sword, and we need to have a character. Fidget. Let's rename this sword entity. I'll call this sword entity. So this is where it gets a bit complicated. This is the game engine. There's a interface called components, and this is how we create things in the game. So creating an entity creates the sword, but it has no properties to it. It just has an ID number. So to attach a property to make it an actual item versus being like a tree or a monster or something like that, we create a component, and this attaches some data to the entity. In this case, we're attaching an item record to the sword, and we're giving it a name that it's called sword, and it has a quantity of 1. And that's probably all I need. I don't need this other stuff, do I? Probably not. I just need the name, because the name is what shows up in the message, like you obtained or you lost, right? Let's even capitalize it, because why not? Assimilate with the points. Epic Unknown has a lot of points in it. Excuse me, at least 5,000, right? If not more by now. My cat is nowhere to be seen, so redeeming the reward, Pet the Cat, won't. We'll have to either stay in the queue or give those points back. I actually wonder where the cat is. He should be up on his tower. Anyway, creating a player, same way as creating a sword. And I do not... Do I need to do that? I do, because, right, we're going to simulate the player is actually logged in. So adding a test user matches up with logging in, as long as we take this test user ID and change that user's profile to assign a character entity, and that's something we create here. And then we have to attach a couple things to that player. A player component, where we have the ID, so that from the character you can get the player. This is how you get to the character from the player. This is how you get to the player from the character, right here. So they're linked in both directions. And then this is where we set up the inventory, and we're equipping the sword. Then that means we're starting off with the sword in the inventory. This represents 2 empty slots, just to demonstrate that the inventory can have multiple slots. So in addition to the inventory, we're also going to have the equipment. And equipment is a little bit different. It's a 2-leveled thing. We have a dictionary first. Yeah. The dictionary level, each level here is an equipment type. So main hand is what I envision the type of equipment you'd use that would represent the main hand of your character, like where you'd put your sword when you're equipping it. And so that has itself an array, but really we only have one hand, only one main hand, or I guess you could say hand, and then you'd have 2 of them, left and right. But I'm separating main hand from offhand, so one main hand, one offhand. and we're saying there's nothing in it yet. And what we're going to be doing is moving the item from here to here and making sure we do not see either obtained or lost. There's... What's it? There's a out the car now? Oh, you mean pet the cat? Yeah, you can make me pet the cat now. All right. So a lot of this is boilerplate, like mobilize server as leader, add a player connection, log in, and then see how many journal entries there are. A journal entry is change to the game. That's how we represent state changes in the back end. Yeah, I knew what you meant, Epic Unknown. I auto uncorrected the auto correction that was done false. Do I need this note? No, I don't. I need to keep... Yes, I do need to keep this. We purposefully keep this array empty even though we are moving something in the player's inventory. And then this is where we actually do the side effect that the game is going to be looking for. We're going to clear the inventory. Actually, I need this stuff again because we're moving the sword into the main hand. Sword entity. Publish that. And this previous inventory should have something in it, shouldn't it? It should say sword 1. And then in addition, we should have equipment, right? Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I just realized something. This is what we're testing for. And this is not generated by this component, so I really need to move this stuff to the component that generates this stuff. Oh, no. There are two aspects of it. That's right. So this should stay. But this is compared to this, and the result should be there's no change, so we should not see a chat message. Will we expect an inventory? We will expect an inventory shift, though. So that's sword 1. Do we report the tile and tile set? I guess we should. That means I should attach that stuff. I had deleted it before, but let me bring it back. That's if in addition to an item component, the sword has a tile component. Tile components used to depict how it's drawn. So, like, for example, in the real game here, when I'm looking at this box, it has an item component, a position, and a tile in addition to container. Container has the reference to what's in the box. Item says that you could put it in an item slot, so you conceivably could pick up this chest and put it in something else. Position is where it is in the world, and tile is how to draw it. So in our test here, we're saying the way you draw a sword is you go to tile set number 42 and pick out tile 16, and that's what you draw. So for example, these are the different tile sets. This is one tile set, and this is one specific tile. So tile 6 in tile set 2363 would draw the open box. Hey there, Mama Deb. Forgot to wave to some people. Epic Unknown, of course. Gino Hacker, thank you again for the sub. And Jessen TV. All right. So we expect to get the inventory message, and the sword should move to the equipment. So that means this null will go here, and the equipment will have a main hand with a JSON array that contains the sword. Like that. But this should not be sent, so I'm going to remove those lines and build the code, and if my guess is correct, this will reproduce the bug by failing. My guess is it was slightly misspelled, so maybe P or OET. OET got auto-corrected to OUT, and then maybe the CAT was misspelled as CAR. Well, T and R are right next to each other on a keypad. So autocorrect could have just turned a misspelled pet into out, and then cat might have been car by accident. But I had a feeling that's what he meant, so... Alright. iOS did that? It does that to me, too. I think it's because the letters on the touchscreen are kind of sometimes hard to hit exactly right for iOS's satisfaction. Okay, cool. I reproduced the bug, I think. Let's see. Yeah, it says you lost a sword, right? We didn't actually lose it. It went into our main hand. So this part of the output's correct, but this part should not be here. So let's fix that. I'm going to go again to where we search and where it prints out we obtain and lose something. We're looking at item quantities, right? And so we're building item quantities by looking through the player's inventory, but we're not looking through the equipment slot, so I need to do that now too. So this is the part where we deduct what the executor component tells us with that. So we deduct one sword, but then we should add it back when we find it elsewhere, but we're only searching the player's inventory and not their equipment. Inventory we get from here, so we should also be scanning their equipment. So I think I just want to copy paste this and change it slightly, and then maybe try to find what's common between these two and take that out as another function. You don't use autocorrection? I've had to learn how to disable the autocorrection for some words. Hey there, Crumpet. How are you today? All right, so this should be like new equipment. And then we're going to key player equipment now. And instead of it being an array, it's an actual object with various keys. Oh, Crumpet! Half a year! Thank you very much for the sub. You now have a golden gear. That's the 6-month sub badge. I'm glad you're doing well. Since I hit the end game to the Witness, probably the next game is going to have to be Dwarf Fortress, because you asked for it. Because I haven't played it in so long. Alright. Equipment. We can iterate as long as it is an object. So we'll say if new equipment.getType is JSON value type object. Actually, when will it ever not be that? It will never be that. Can't we just assume that and say for const auto new equipment entry in new equipment? And the first thing I want to pick out is the key. So that's the equipment type is new equipment entry dot key. And then the array, which we'll get by reference. I think I can do that, right? Oh, that's also a reference. So we should get them both as references. Just compiled Vim 8.2.141. Nice. Yeah, so Crumpet, we're going to have to play the old school Dwarf Fortress with no graphic enhancement. Just pure ASCII art. The original vanilla unmodified unmodded version. Okay, so this would be slots, right? Slots is new equipment entry value. And then and then this is where I have the inner for loop here. And it's similar to the equipment loop. In fact, maybe it's exactly the same, and I should just pull this out as a separate function right now. I feel like I should. So let me delete this, actually. And pretend we're just going to call it. So actually, I'm not going to delete it. I'm going to refer to it here. I'm pretending in my mind that this is a separate function, because it's about to be. And I'm going to be calling that. So what would I do? What would I call it? Account items. Account for items. And what we're accounting in is this item quantities. And what are we accounting? We're accounting what's in these slots, right? And does it need any other variables? It needs these. We're in the coordinator. I suppose, and it's using the diagnostic center. I suppose this is just another member function, so that will be local. I don't need to pass that in. So this could just be a one-liner, right? Oh, except for we should probably have a string to like if this error is generated. So it's not their inventory. It would be their main hands, their equipment type slots. So it'd be something like string extensions printf their blank. Shouldn't we print the slot number too? Let's just say that there's no there. Player has, oh, bye. One of my kids is leaving. It's leaving me forever. Or maybe just about a few hours. Okay, player blank now has an unfound item blank in blank slot index. Sounds good to me. So, oh, let the internals of that print this part, and it would just be the let's just use the equipment type then. Keep it simple. Okay, and then we remove that, and then we would reuse that up here. It would be account for items, item quantities. Instead of slots, it would be new inventory, and this would be inventory. Okay, then this is what we're dragging out to a new function called account for items. So void coordinator ECS account for items is where we're putting that code. And we said it needed these things. So item quantities is this unordered map from strings to integers. And then new inventory is a JSON value, or it's a reference to a JSON array. Value, it could be an array, an object. In this case, it's always an array. Let's call it slots. And then there's a string like slot type. Slot type, sure. And so slots is, we replace new inventory with slots. And we replace, oh, we should have printed that one out separately. Let's add another variable called const diagnostic message prefix. And then we'll print that, we'll make this the diagnostic prefix. Actually, let's keep it simple, keep it to player ID. Yeah. Int player ID. Then I don't need to change any of this stuff. Good night, Nui. The only thing you really need to play Dwarf Fortress is Dwarf Therapist. Yeah. Is that cheating if I use that? I remember using that. But I didn't use it when I first started playing. This is like it's like a side tool that's used with the Dwarf Fortress game to manage the professions set for all of your colonists, right? It's not cheating, it's just a new UI. But it directly manipulates the memory of the game, right? Makes it easy to see what they're all up to. Okay, we'll say that that's not cheating. Sounds good to me. All right, let's go define this. I'm going to go where this is declared. I'm going to, do I really want it there? Oh, I guess so. I'm going to put it here. Take off the prefix, because this is where this is inside the declaration for the whole class itself. And I suppose unordered map needs to be included at this point for it to understand that type. Value and string, value, string, okay. Okay, I'll document it later. Later, trademark. So this is all laid out now, and I was gonna use the slot type here. So they're in blank slot blank, right? So that would be slot type C string, and then I for the index. All right. So now this is nice and clean. We have to add player ID. So we'll account for items in their main inventory, and then for every kind of equipment slot, we account for all the items in those slots. So if I did that right now, it'll no longer say I lost a sword if I equipped it. I'm almost needing a refill. Good thing I have a thermos. And while I'm waiting, let me get this project set up and building too. This is the release build of the code. I use Visual Studio to build that just because it's conveniently set up to do so. All right. This is where I would normally BS to fill in the awkward silence between writing the code and running it, because we have to wait for the tools to build it. Every time this happens, I get reminded I should go out and buy a new SSD so that this is not so slow. What happens is it's reading a lot from disk of the pieces of the game that haven't changed, so the ones I last built that are stored on disk. And after the first link of the day, the second is always much faster because it's reading it from cache and not from disk. All right, I BS'd enough. How was that? A good amount of BS? Run the test. It still fails. It still thinks I lost a sword. So I still have some work to do. I suppose what we'll do is set a breakpoint here and then follow through and see what it's doing. Debug. It hasn't been in. That's my objective. No dead air. It's like it's a 4-hour run-on sentence. Or as my daughter would say, no awkward silence. All right. So we're going. Okay, so the equipment type is main hand. And so here's where it should account for the sword. Let's see if it does. How many slots are there? Well, we're looking at the first one. So the item entity is 1. It gets the item. So it should account for it here. Right, sword is now 0. So neither gained nor lost a sword. Oh, is it printing like you obtained 0 swords? I think so. We don't have an equals 0 check. That's what it is. It's saying you lost 0 swords, right? Yeah, like, oh no, it says 1. Why does it say 1? Oh, I think I might know. I passed the item quantities by value and not by reference. It needs to be both an input and an output. That would do it. So we expect this item, where is it? Account for items to actually change the item quantities. If you don't put that little symbol there, what happens is you get a copy of the map, you're not sharing it. So we end up changing our copy and then nothing changes. I bet you this is still going to fail because it'll say, now you lost 0. No, it completely crashed. Why would that happen? Debug and find out. Ooh, it crashed. Oh, because we're iterating it. We're iterating this while modifying it. Wait a minute, we shouldn't be modifying it. Oh, it's null. Interesting. It shouldn't be null. This says the player's equipment is null. Oh yeah, items and what's this PID? Oh, player ID. Okay, so I messed up the test then. I didn't actually put the equipment where it should be. Let me look. Oh, this is an unrelated test. Okay. So I ran the wrong test. So I really meant to run, I'll have to fix that test, but really it's this test that I was working on. Oh, it actually works. So it doesn't print 0 then? I thought that was going to be a bug. Oh, greater than, less than, so it falls through if it's equal 0. Okay, so this actually fixed it, but I broke something else. And I'm just going to run all the tests to see which ones I broke. So all these made the assumption that the player has equipment slots. And some of these tests don't actually give equipment slots, so those will have broken. Maybe it's smarter to just make it optional inside the code. So that would be right here. Yeah, let's just do that. It's easier that way. If new equipment get type is JSON value type object, then account for items in the equipment. Otherwise, no. And then that'll make all these tests that where we have set of players with no equipment at all. It'll prevent them from breaking. All right, I think we're good. So then I'll check this in, I'll build it in the test environment and run it and make sure the bug is gone, and then we'll move on to the next thing. I'm going to be optimistic and say that, and assume that it is fixed. All the tests are passing. Oh wait, I can't. I'm not ready to do it on the test environment. I said before there are two pieces to this. This is only testing one piece. The other piece is that the executor has to actually account for what was in the previous inventory, including equipment slots. So let's go find that. That would be where we find the string previous inventory. Okay, executor test. There are a lot of these. Let me just make a new one. Yeah, let's just make a new one. And it should be pretty simple. As simple as I can make it. We'll call it equipment slots counted in previous inventory. So an item, call it a fidget spinner, that's fine. Let's just have one item. And then we have a player, and then we have, this is what they started with. We can, oh, hold on. I think it reads better if I do this. And then we'll have the equipment now too. And I actually want to put the item in the equipment, not the inventory. So this is player equipment. And that is, again, it's a two-leveled thing, right? There's an array with the item in it. But that array is inside of an object with keys about what the kinds of equipment are. So main hand, for example, would have maybe the item. Or let's call it trinket. Because it shouldn't matter what the key is. And so this will be something that's actually not in the real game, but the executor shouldn't care. Okay, so that's, if that's the previous state, and the next state is the same, except for let's just pretend we put it back into the inventory, right there. So there, it moved back. Then we wouldn't change the quantity. We would just set the player's state. And then we're assuming, yeah, so this item doesn't change, but the player has the next state that we expect. And it should say fidget spinner 1. So this probably is broken. And we'll have to fix that. So the first part of the game that I changed is called the coordinator. I don't show this often enough. The overall architecture for the game's backend server looks like this. So the ECS and to a lesser extent players in configuration, this represents the database, the state of the game. Most things of import are in the ECS, so the entity component system. The executor is the only thing in the system allowed to actually make changes to those things. But it doesn't choose what to change. It simply executes commands that are put into a journal that's replicated by raft, which is how we do server fault tolerance. Basically, it's copied to a set of servers so that if any one server dies, another one can take over because it has the same commands. So as the commands get replicated across those other servers and they're ready to go, the executor pulls them out of that journal and executes them. And once they're executed, those changes feed back to the coordinator. And the coordinator, its task is to be a middleman between the rest of the game, like the executor and the ECS, and any clients that are connected to the game through WebSockets. So that could be players of the game, it could be the GM, the game master, admins, automation tools, that kind of thing. So its job is mostly to take feedback from commands executed on the ECS and figure out, well, what do I need to tell players about that? In the case of this bug here, when we are moving inventory around like that, the coordinator is the one that says, oh, well, the executor told me that you had a sword and now it doesn't look like you have it anymore, so let's tell them you lost it. So that's the first thing that I fixed. The coordinator now, when the executor says, well, he had a sword, the coordinator will say, well, does he still have it? Okay, he still has it, so I'm not going to say anything. But if he has like now 2 of them and he had 1 before, it should say, well, you obtained another one, right? So we did the coordinator fix so that it shouldn't print out these gain and loss anymore. As long as the executor is correct in telling us what our previous inventory was, the executor is the only one that knows the previous inventory because, again, it's the only one allowed to make the change, and it's the one that actually does the change in the moment. So the coordinator, after the change is applied, there's no way for the coordinator to know what was there before. Only the executor would know that because we don't make copies of the state of the game. It's mutated in place. So the executor, before it makes a change, if things like the coordinator would need to know what was there before, it preserves that as like a previous state, and then it includes that in this feedback. So the executor needs to be looking at what is in the player's both their inventory and their equipment slots, and just we don't need all the information. We just need to know the item name and how many they had, and the coordinator does its own accounting, and we match them up to see if there's any gain or loss. So this is the test. It's probably going to fail. It's going to say that the previous inventory didn't have anything at all because it's not looking at equipment slots, right? The fidget spinner is sitting in this trinket slot. So let's go fix that. The executor needs to also, just like the coordinator had to do, it has to look at both the inventory and the equipment slots. So I think I do this work on ECS modify component. Oh, it's in capture previous inventory. That's what it is. So capture previous inventory. For players, captures the previous inventory of their general inventory, but not the rest. So I think it's okay to call this twice. Yeah, we can call this. So we're going to end up calling this twice, just like the coordinator did. We're going to say const auto equipment is player component realm server key player equipment. If equipment get type is JSON value type object. So basically, if it has equipment slots at all, then we're going to loop through them, right? Actually, why am I typing this? I can just copy it from the coordinator. I did this already, right? Right here. At least this much of it. We would loop through all of the equipment. So instead of new equipment, just call it equipment. And then get the type and the slots, and then call capture previous inventory on the slots, right? And I don't even need the equipment type, actually. Yeah. So I don't need equipment type. I just need the slots. There we go. That should fix it. Yeah, so this capture previous inventory thing is how we count up how many of every item the player has. So executor does the before, coordinator does the after. The difference is what's reported to the player. And it's still wrong. Oh, the accounting was correct. But it thinks it should modify the fidget spinner for some reason. Why? Why do we... Oh, wait a minute. That should have been... That's not modifying. That's what it has. I deleted something from there that I should not have, right? Let me get it back. Yeah, it should be... This should be in there, right? This is actually making sure that the component memory matches this exactly. There should be one fidget spinner and one player. And that's all that we have in the game. While that builds, I'm going to pour myself some more tea. Got this thermos from, I don't know if Gino's still here, but this is one of the thermoses that Ski Dog has. And I bought it on Amazon using the Ski Dog affiliate link. And it probably earned Ski Dog a buck or two. Hopefully. Alright. Run the test again. Cool. Okay, so that part's working. I think I'm ready to try it out in the test environment. Drum roll. While that's building, let me prepare to let's just take the servers offline. We do the update script as soon as this is done linking. Okay, it's done. So we update and then serve again. Oh, thank you for that follow. As soon as the game comes back up, this window over here should pop back up, and then we should be able to verify that the lose obtained doesn't happen anymore. Just to make it not confusing, I'll refresh, which blanks the chat. Okay, now moving that to there did not print anything. Moving that to there didn't print anything. But if I actually drop the thing on the ground, it says you lost it. If I pick it up, then we obtain it. Okay, that's good. So it's fixed. If I move it into the box, we lost it. If I move it into our equipment slot, we gained it back. Cool. Should buy one of those flasks. I'm always leaving a little bit of tea in it. Yeah. So this is the same one Ski Dog has. It's the Contigo. Contigo. He had like a link for it. I love this mug. It like, you know that something is a good mug if its outside temperature doesn't change. Hey there, Webcraft. All right, so I'm gonna check that bug fix in. Oh, this is another bug I noticed. 0 doesn't count as an entity, so these shouldn't actually be printed. Hey there, Akira. I think this is a simple thing I can fix in really quickly. But before that, let me check in this other fix here. So these all go together. This is fix bug with lose obtain items. So include characters' equipment slots when counting their items, either before or after a change to the inventories. Commit that. All right, so this other bug, which will only show up in the log, is that we had to check to see if an entity is held by two things. Entity 0 is a special number, which we should not be tracking. So let me look for this text to other entities to find out where that logic is happening. Two other entities. There it is. All right, so it's marking an entity held. This shouldn't do anything if the held entity is 0, so either here or in the caller, I have to do a condition, a conditional. You know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to do it inside the code here. We're going to say if held entity is 0, then just ignore it. That's probably easiest. And I'm not going to bother writing a test for that because the only effect it has is this irritating log message, which is meaningless. I just can build this and verify the message doesn't get printed anymore. I want to have that check in there just in case we have a item dupe bug or something like that where an entity ends up being held by two players at once. Then I will detect that if I were to scan my logs. But it shouldn't be happening now. Entity 0 is not a valid entity. It means that there's no item there. Build and serve. Yeah, see this tea is so hot from the thermos I can't even drink it yet. That's how good of a thermos it is. All right. Next issue on the list was include tile and description to show above the container's inventory on the client. Okay, so that's a two-parter again. The server has to say the information, and the client has to do something with it. So the server saying the information is not that hard. We just have to include it in the message that happens when you start interacting with the container. The client is a little bit trickier because I'm not so good at JavaScript. Let's see what I can do. Verify this bug has gone away. I shouldn't see any errors anymore, except these ones I know about. That's just because I'm using a test certificate. All right, make sure I didn't break anything. I don't obtain or lose anything between these two slots, but if I put it in the box, I lose it. Pick it back out, I obtain it. Okay, looks good. So, current task is show container tile and description above inventory. 50 bits. Aw, thank you very much for the bits. Hope you're enjoying the stream, Sintron. I hope I'm saying your name all right. And hello. I appreciate the bits. All right. Where they would show up is the begin container interaction message. That is not there. There. Yes. Oh, wait a minute. No, this is the event. The event gets translated into a message. Where does that happen? Oh, right here, right here. The event gets translated into a message. Right now, the message just has the type, which tells the front-end JavaScript client that we're about to start interacting with the container, and then it has the inventory of the container. So I want to add to this the tile and a description. So I need to actually think, where would the description really be stored in the game? If this is the treasure chest, where is the description? Would it be item name? I'm actually thinking it should be part of the container. So in addition to the items, let's invent a new key description. And ornate treasure chest. So this will be what we print above the inventory of the treasure chest when we're looking at it. So, oh, that has to be in a string. Submit. Okay, so now that's in the game data, and we need to pull it out now. So let me find the test for that. That's the event. That's the invoke. Okay, there's the message. So this is the test that says looking at container reveals its inventory. So I'm going to have to do the same thing in the test environment. The container has items. We need to add a description. Description. Do I want to have key names for that? That would probably be smart, right? I've been doing that for everything else. Key names. Oh, I already have one for items. I should be using that. So then let's invent one for description. And actually, let's shorten it to DESC. Need to make sure this is also the same way, right? Add that, remove the old one, submit. All right. Description. Description. And since we're in a test, not in the actual code, we need to prefix these keys with the namespace they're defined in. Okay, so this will just be a string, right? What are we going to call it? Ender chest, because I can call it anything I want, right? So why not make a Minecraft reference while we're at it? Ender chest. So that will take care of the title. The container, let's make a tile for the container so that shows up too. Yeah, so here, the tile component for the container, Let's just shamelessly steal from the tile container for the gold and change it a little bit. Let's put it in tile set 1, 2, 3, and tile ID 4, 5, because we can. So then the message, I want to include all of that information. So in addition to the inventory, we're also going to get the description, ender chests, and the tile set 1, 2, 3, and the tile 4, 5. So I've updated the test. This is test-driven development, by the way. More information in Wikipedia there. So whenever I make a change to the game, I start by either making or updating a unit test to basically describe what expectations we want to add or change, and then verify that the test is built correctly, and then write code to make the test pass. Okay, I must have a syntax error here somewhere. Oh, these colons should be commas. There we go. Test-driven testing? I suppose so. Hey there, Postal Rat. I do use these unit tests when I'm debugging because they're very convenient. They set up the exact use case. So if I don't really know what to look for in a complicated bug, but I'm able to reproduce it in the test framework, it gives me a starting point for debugging. And then I don't have to debug the live server. I can just debug it in the test framework. So this will fail now. Let me make sure it fails correctly. So it says, expect this. We actually got that. So right, the expectation includes a description now, and a tile set and a tile. Yeah, tile set and tile. And does not, the actual doesn't include it. So let's add that. This should be really, really easy, actually. I just need to go to the look system, because we were looking at the look tests. No pun intended. Thanks for the follow, by the way. So here's where we construct it, right? So I said the container component has the description, but the tile component has the tile information, right? Thanks for being here, Epic Unknown. One of these days my cat will come back and I can pet the cat after you redeem the points. Or actually, anybody could do that. Take it easy, though. I still feel bad that I didn't notice you cashing in the channel points before, and then I had to refund it because you were already gone. Sorry about that. All right, yeah, we're going to include... Oh, here's where I want to... These keys are message keys, so they should be the full description, right? But then what we pull out of is container... Hold on. We have the entity... Oh, it's not until here that I grab the description, so let me... start building... Yeah, let's fill in the description later. Inside of here where we have access to it. Right, so container... Begin container interact message key description equals container component key container description. There we go. What if there is no description? Then it'll be empty string. Then it'll still work, so we're good. So in addition to that, we want to get the containers tile, right? So similar kind of thing here. We would say with the containers nuttail tile, this is a tile component. We're going to fill in the tile set and tile. TS is the tile component. Key tile set. And then tile is key tile ID. And sorry about that. It was overflowing. So that should fix it. This will be the... This will get it to work for the back end of the game. Then I have to update the front end to actually display it. So verify it works here. Nope. Something is wrong. Oh, those aren't the right numbers. How did I get those numbers? Container, oh, so maybe the test is wrong? No, it's 123 and 45, so what happened? Wait a minute, what? The, oh no, it is correct. What's the difference here? Oh, it's not in the right part of the message. It should be, not in the outer message, but in the, it should be in the body of the message. Let's get another name for that. So, message body. Give me opportunity to make the message shorter too, and then I can actually use that here. The inventory is the inventory key of the body. Then we can use the body in these three places. There we go. Literally cheaper for you by Contigo to buy it from Amazon than to buy it from Amazon Co. UK. Doesn't that suck? What difference in shipping is that? Do they actually then fly it to you? And that would be kind of ironic, wouldn't it? That it's cheaper for them to fly it to you from somewhere. No, I bet you it doesn't matter where they actually source it from. They're just trying to stiff the UK people. That's sad. Why have a different price on one website than another? Other than they're just trying to stick you. Run. It passes. Okay, so back end of the game is updated. Let's build it. And then while it's building, let me think about how we would do this in the front end. So we're going to switch gears here from C++ to React. I want to show a tile that looks like the treasure chest, and then I guess to the right of it, I want to show the description. So I guess together it would be a flex row. A flex row with a tile and then a text field to the right of it, right? Or do I even need to make it flex? Maybe I can just have inside of a div because it would flow to the right, right? And then that would be maybe centered above the inventory some way. Yeah, why? Why did they stiff you? That's a lot too. So GBP is what? British pounds? Oh, Great Britain pounds? But that's a lot. That's like £6 more. Why? Maybe it's a different quality? No. They're stiffing you. That's what it is. All right. Well, now you know which Amazon to get from, I guess. Or is that a lesson for us all that we should always look at it on both sites and figure out which one's cheaper? This is still building. The front end of the game is in inventory.js. So here is the, this is really messy. I'm sorry about this, but this is where we lay out the divs. So this first div here is this general inventory. Then after that, we have this conditional second one under it, which is if we're interacting with the container, this div shows the inventory of the container. Then after both of them is the equipment inventory, which is this area. Just make an app for it, search for a product, and it pulls from Amazon's. Yeah. Doesn't that sound useful, perhaps? At least for those in the UK? Why is this indented so damn much? It's just my awful style. I should probably learn to alternate style to not indent that, because that's really... I just indent way too much, don't I? So anyway, it would go here, right? Above this div. So... is this done building? It's done building, so let's deploy the change. Update and serve. So the front end will get that information, but it won't know what to do with it. So let's assume that we're getting it. So that would be container tile set container tile and container description. And then putting it in alphabetical order, rough, would be that, right? Okay, so those don't exist. Let's pull them from Redux. That's state container description. And then the other two, state container tile set and tile. Okay. Then what to do with them? Let's just pick something which would be like a div above that. And then side by side we would have the container description. And then next to that would be the React component that draws a tile. Is it just tile? Tile from tile set? Which one of these? I think I want tile from tile set, don't I? What's children? I forget what I used that for. Let's see. I didn't use it there. I think I just... Oh, wait. That is going to be tricky, right? Because I have to actually look it up from the tile sets map, don't I? Yeah. How do I get that again? Let me think about this. Where's another place where we use the tile sets? That would be in the inventory itself. Where do we, how do we draw those? Draggable item. Okay, what does draggable item do? Draggable item. Oh, it pulls from the tile sets cache. So we need that too. That is tile sets. Pull it from the session graphics tile sets reducer. And then, does it do a lookup or is it just... Ah, here we go. It does a lookup. Yeah. In fact, it has to look up the tile ID too. Okay. So let's bring some of this over. And we should do that before we do anything else, right? So pull that in and we'll say container tiles set. Let's rename this to ID. And those are there so that we're going to actually find the tile set from its ID, right? Equip container tile set equals it would be that's going to be defined, so I can just do that, right? Find tile sets, find tile set where the tile set ID equals container tile set ID. Like that. So then I don't need the parentheses. Yeah, I can do that to make it easier to read, I suppose. Sure. And then we're going to also need to look up the tile too. So that's this right here. Const container tile equals that. It's container tile set find the tile, where the tile ID equals container tile ID, right? Right? And then we pass that into that component, right? It was tile from tile set. Tile set equals container tile set. Tile equals container tile. End. And then I need to import that if it's not already... Oh, it did it for me. How nice. Let's put it in alphabetical order. Okay, so that means the front end is up to date. Okay, it didn't want to parse at AE6. Oh, this is a fragment. So, React fragment. All these little tidbits of React knowledge that I pick up after a few months. Tile sets is not defined. Hold on. Add some music? I think I have a command for that. I don't. Okay, then I owe you an explanation about why I don't have any music. Although you could be asking for me to add music in two different contexts. I'll give you a point anyway. I love coffee. So I don't play music on my stream because I haven't been inspired by other streamers who also don't have music on their development streams. The reasons that they say, and I sort of agree with, is 50% chance or higher the music I like you'll hate, and or vice versa. Right there, no, not everyone likes the same kind of music, and if you have music that you like, I think it would be better for you to be able to play that on top of my stream. And then it's basically everyone should, if they want to listen to music, just play it on top of my stream themselves and not have to force some kind of genre of music down your throat or drive you away with some horrible music. So that's why I don't play it on the stream. The other context you might mean is have music in my game. And yeah, eventually, but not right now because I don't have any music written for the game yet. Probably you meant the first context, though. Just gonna stick with your normal. The prices of Contigo seem very inconsistent. Yeah. Maybe we just need to get have Ski Dog get a special deal on them. Okay, what's the error here? Tile sets is not defined. It should be. Oh, wait a minute. I pulled it in with Redux, but not at React there. Yeah, so I am thinking about doing music for my game stream because it's a different story there, a different vibe. But even there, like, I think if I were to play music, I'd want to play music that fits the theme of what I'm streaming. For development, I mean, we could play Mozart, I guess. But I don't think so. Probably ask him about it later. Yeah, he if anyone, he'd know how to get a good deal on it. Game stream is a bit more active. Game streams also are more chill, right? And less work. So I figure also most people who watch or listen to or both these programming streams are themselves programmers, and it's a lot of times it's background noise. So if I'm playing music too, it can get a little bit too much for someone to have in the background, and I don't know. It just feels wrong for my stream to have music. What's the error now? Tiles is undefined. That is why. Container, oh, because it doesn't exist when, all right. I need to have this optional because the interacting with the container might not be true. Yeah, so this needs to be all conditional. Interacting with container, then do this. Otherwise, it's null. Same thing here. Interacting with container, if so, do that. Otherwise, null. There. Working on your Warcraft 3 map at this very moment. Warcraft 3, wow. That's nostalgic. All right, so what do we get when we do that? It crashes. Tiles is undefined. It should not be. Oh, why is there an extra? No, that shouldn't be. Okay, let's debug it. Reload. Clan Blue? What would be a game by Clan Blue? It doesn't strike a bell. All right, what is container tile set? Undefined. Ooh. What's container tile set ID? That's also undefined. Oh, I didn't do the reducer yet. That's why. So that's in container reducer. Oh, and that has to get it from the action too. So we'll need and let's make the shape for it. That's description. And then tile set, and then tile. And all of these get pulled in from the message. Like that. Let's say the It's dot and then something different for each one. Description, tiles. Actually, this would be TS, and or this is desk, right? And this is tile. Actually, let's make it the full name, and then have it tied to the actual message, because that's the job of the other middleware, which I now have to go to. That's server messages. So it's on begin container interaction. Here we go. So here's where we interpret the bits from the message. So this is the closest the client gets to the server. This should match the look system here. When we send this feedback and it has this type, this inventory, this description, this TS, this tile, here's where it gets received into the client. And this middleware, we've already interpreted the type to be that word. We do that down here in the handler table. So we're picking out the inventory. Now I just need to pick out the description, tile set, and tile. The description is message.desk because I abbreviated it. Tile set is message.ts, and tile is message.tile. And might as well put a comma there because it's symmetrical with the other, or it's consistent with the other commas. All right, and then reload the thing. Interact with the container. Okay, getting there. My text is missing though. Let me make sure it's there. Pause recording and let's look at the state. This will be in container. Oh, description isn't there. So let's see. Did it arrive? Action. Yeah, there's no description. So why was it in the original message? Let's look. It would be right here. Message. Okay, the description's there. Oh, it's fully listed out. Description. Oh, it's a desk in the ES in the entity component system, but it's spelled out here. So I just need to spell it out there. Done. Interact with it. Ornate treasure chest. Okay, I don't know. I don't like this. The styling for this. Maybe I want. Do I want span instead of div for that? This is where my limited CSS and HTML sort of handicap me. I'm guessing I want a span and not a div for this section here. Span, right? So that it's an inline block. Nope, that didn't help. What else would make it flow left to right? I guess I can make it I'd have to make it a flex container, wouldn't I? And then give it some kind of class. Yeah, flex it up. All right. So back to div. Class name is inventory container. Why am I putting in both places? I don't know. Class name is inventory container title, I guess. So go to the CSS for that. Right here, I guess. Look, I already have a bunch of stuff in flex. This is a flex row. And then getting there. Now I want to sort of center it. I believe that's align items. That's along the cross axis. Yeah, that's correct. So I want center, don't I? There we go. And then I want some padding in there, which I'm gonna, I don't know if this is the best way, but I'm getting into the habit of doing this. I just do star not first child. And I do margin left like 20 pixels. Did I do that wrong? That didn't work. Yeah, align item center. Thank you, Akira. Let me give you a point for that. I forgot to say hi to I Love Coffee. Sorry, I'm not going to be adding music to the stream. More people who ask for it, though, the more likely I would reconsider. So what's wrong with the, well, that's odd. Oh, I had, wait a minute. It's, elements, right? What happened to the margin there? Oh, it's not. I have to make that a span. Shoot. Span this. Span it. Look there. Nice. Do I even need the margin then? Let's kind of comment it out and see. I think I do, but maybe not so much of a margin. 10 pixels ought to do it. And then I kind of want to put a border around the whole thing and maybe get rid of the space between that and the inventory. I need to find out where that space is coming from. Oh, it's coming from inventory tiles, has a big margin around it. Has a margin of 10. Hey there, Walrus Walrus. You like no music. Hello. Yeah, bring your own music. That's my current policy. But if I found out 99 out of 100 viewers wanted metal music, I might consider the metal music. War of the Lost Realm Z. Oh, he'd asked earlier about Clan Blue. Never heard of it. All right, so I need to look at my CSS here because I get a little picky. I think it's that. So, what if do I really need a margin? I can do this piecemeal, right? Margin. I can never remember. What is the order? Is there a mnemonic to memorize to remember the order? So CSS margin, it's like left, top, right, bottom or something, and I can never remember the order. Top, right, bottom, left. So top, right, bottom, left. So you're going clockwise from the top. I have to try to memorize that. So top I want 0, right 10, bottom. Okay, so yeah, so the full thing would be like that. And if I want to do top, it would be left, top, right, bottom, right? Vertical, horizontal. So it's top, bottom, left, right. So something like that would be maybe more of what I want. Go back. Let's close that. Here. Did I hit save? Did that do what I want? 100 pixels, please. Yeah, that did do what I want. What was it before? Was it more severe? It was more severe. So there's something else that's giving it a margin. Oh, it's got 5 pixel padding inside it. Wait a minute. What's the border and what's the padding? Let's just dock that on the right and do that. Whoa. That's what happens when because it's flex. Okay. Interesting. All right, anyway, oh, it's got an invisible border. Why did I do that? Oh, I don't remember why. That's when you use, it colors the border. Okay, I guess I'm okay with that. Yeah, I guess I'm okay with it. Hey there, A squared. How are you doing? Support for extra inventories. Yeah. Look at this. I can look in the box. It's an ornate treasure chest. I can take stuff out. I can put stuff in. I can equip things directly in inventory equipment slots. I can't put gold there. I can't put that on my foot. So these are type specific. These are not, and we can put things in and out of boxes now. Steal all the gold. I did. Let's put it back. Hey there, Linkins. How are you doing? Yeah, so I've been working on that for the last week, and I'm just doing touch-ups now and bug fixes. So I kind of want to put a separate border around the whole thing. And that would be, at this level, having another div instead of just a fragment, right? Let's call this inventory container. Instead, so it promoted from being a fragment to being a full container. And then I can give it some style. So that we can have border 5 pixel. You know, when I do something like that, can I combine them together? Like solid red, for example. That would put a big solid rectangle around the thing, wouldn't it? Yeah. It also shows me I don't have any margin on that one, which I probably want. Sword on foot would be a great LOL sneak attack. Hey, you never know. I might put some Easter eggs in the game, like a sword that you could equip in your foot slot. And when you walk on enemies, it slays them. Who knows? There's a set order for the border property. I think I just need a margin on the left of the equipment slots. I am a total noob when it comes to CSS, but this is sort of... I don't want it to be obnoxiously red like that. I think I eventually want it to have, like, maybe a background image or maybe a more elaborate image border. Probably with a background, right? But really what I care about right now is that I can distinguish that from the normal inventory in a way that makes it obvious. So, what if I make it like just like a couple pixels and make it a green or something? No, green fits in too well with the other colors. Purple? Pink. No. I'm not good with colors. What does orange look like? Gold. Gold and yellow look too close. Yellow is when you're picking something. I don't know what I want. Blue. How about sky blue? Gray versus gray in CSS is so bad. Is too much pink power. Yeah, I know. Not great at CSS either. I think it's just fundamentally a different kind of programming. You're programming with like categorically and not imperatively or functionally. Okay, I really want to fix that margin. Do I have that in a named div? I do. It's called equipment. So I can just put a margin to the left of it. And that should just be margin left. That's probably good enough, right? Well, thank you for that follow. 10 pixel margin. The sky blue is too light. Let's just go with blue. I'll fix this later. Oh, thanks for that follow. The goldish, you mean, which chat? Oh, like when you're like this? Isn't that goldenrod? I think it's goldenrod. Yeah, we could do that. I could see that. Nope, look at the sparkles above my head. That's because it's getting darker where I am. Let me adjust my filter. Put it right on that edge there. All right. Personally had a hand in developing a few Warcraft 3 maps that are intentionally released to the public. That's neat. I know I'm magical. Blue sparklies. Got plenty of dead projects over the years. That's something cool to have done. I think this is good enough. So we show the tile with a description. Excuse me, the tile and the description are pulled directly from the game. Some little extra touches would be if somehow the name of the container changes live, like if something were to affect this treasure chest and change the tile, let's say it closed or something, ka-junk. It doesn't do that here. So I don't think I'm going to worry about that though. Let's open it back up. I'm just going to call this done. This feature is done for now. Ka-chunk, I know. All right, so this is adding descriptions and tiles to containers. Add tiles and descriptions for containers being searched. Commit, done. Next task. When a container is destroyed, make sure to destroy its contents as well. So that's just, these are like loose ends. So we need to do them. That's important. And I would do this in the executor, I think. Which is almost 10,000 lines. Which is why the rest of today will be refactoring to break up unit tests into smaller pieces, because this is like 5 to 6 times longer than it should be. And I think when you get to 10,000 lines in any file, you've reached the level of absurdly long. You've gone from ridiculous to absurd, I think. Don't you? It's way too long. It needs to be cut down. There are 2 ways I want to cut this down. I want to split up this file into numerous files based off of category of action being performed by the executor, and I also want to take a lot of this boilerplate and collapse them into helper functions so that there's only one copy of this and not copy pasted everywhere. Maybe you didn't use 80 character long names. No, it's not the width, it's the height. Well, I'm at least putting underscores so you can see where the words are. Where the word breaks are. Sort of like what I did with making a tileset function. Yeah. Hey there, Zensei. Too long, needs to be cut down. Okay. Let's see. I laughed at that joke, but I didn't want to say it. I need more tea, by the way. I'm sporting a cold that I got from my kids. It's not pleasant. The tea and the caffeine is to keep a headache at bay. All right, what are we doing here? We are destroying container also destroys its contents. So I need to, let's just make a fidget spinner and a treasure, a bag entity. Container, bag entity has items. Actually, this has a key name, doesn't it? Realm server, key, container, inventory. And then that's a JSON array, and in which we will store the item entity. All right, so we have a fidget spinner, and we have a bag holding the fidget spinner, and the test will be to destroy the bag, and make sure the fidget spinner ceases to exist. So all this goes away. Immobilize, the act will be an ECS to destroy entity. That is a valid action, right? In the executor. Let me make sure. Sometimes it's delete, sometimes it's destroy. Yeah, destroy entity is a valid action. Okay. And then I believe it's just, let's just search for this. I think it's just entity ID that we need. Yeah, just key entity. So that would be bag entity. So that's the action to be performed. So then when we look at the components, we should see that there's nothing left in the store. That's the expectation. Nothing left. Oh, Lenkins, I had a question from one of my moderators a little bit ago about that. And these days I'm feeling that I think the chat, it's okay for us to be PG-13. I like the description of PG-13. A few off, like F word here and there, like as long as it's really rare is okay. Maybe a topic like that, a little joke is okay once in a while, but not too much of it because then it becomes R-rated and then I get uncomfortable. PG-13 is okay. So like we can loosen the restrictions a tad, because some people like to, you know, say the F word once in a while, especially if they just drop something heavy on their foot. I think we should allow that. And I don't know, just not get too explicit. We don't want to violate any terms of service or anything, but I don't want to be draconian and say you're going to get deleted or banned if it's not family friendly. I took away the family friendly tag from my stream. So PG-13, destroy entity. Let's run this. Yeah, so no worries. 10 years ago? Wow. This project I'm working on is the third or fourth iteration of my idea that I've been working on since like about that long. Yeah. You have to delete all the dirty jokes you're about to spam. You could put them in the list and say one per day, and maybe with a little disclaimer in front saying, caution, PG-13 caution, and then your joke. I don't know. As long as you don't, as long as you don't do anything that would get you banned on Twitch in general, then it's cool. I think as long as it's only occasional PG-13. So this should fail in the right way, right? Yes, so the fidget spinner still exists, nothing's holding on to it. It's lost. So the executor needs to, when it destroys a container, it needs to go destroy all of the things in it. So that's in on destroy entity. Actually, there are two places where this will happen, so I need two tests. You could destroy the container, or you could strip an entity from being a container. So just removing container component also destroys its contents. Yeah. I get it, Lincolns. I'm trying to be inclusive, but still set some reasonable boundaries. And the thing, the sensitive thing about joking on the internet is you don't always know what's the name of it. It's like Godwin's principle or law or whatever it is. You can't know the body language or the intent, the humor of a message unless you attach like emotes and stuff, or if you're clear about if you're being humorous or not. Well, if you just say the first letter and F the rest, three head. So in this case, it's just a little bit different, right? It's I think it's remove component. That's what it is. So if you remove component, I actually hardly ever call this one. But when I do, it's remove component type and entity. Yes. So this is the extra key we need. Remove entity, remove component. Why is that duplicated? Oh, remove component is the type of action, and the key is component type. We probably don't need that. I think I could safely remove one of these component words, right? So I could just globally replace. This is why global search replace is neat. I can say, hey, take that and remove that part of it, please. Do it. Done. It's going to take IntelliSense a little tad to catch up. They're caught up. All right. So it removed the container component from the bag. It should also remove the fidget spinner at the same time. Okay. Is there anything else I need to do? I don't think so. Those are the only ones where we explicitly want to make sure we don't orphan items. The contents could be cleared, but we always have to do that if we take an item out. And we don't want to destroy the item because it could be taken out because someone's picked it up. So the changes would be in Remove component and destroy entity. Let's do the destroy entity first. Actually, let's have them both call a common helper method. So, yeah, these are some of the other side effects that we do. So the same kind of thing, right? Actually, these are using the old style get component of type, which makes a copy. I don't like that. Destroy entity, what does that actually do? Maybe it should be done at this level and not in the executor. Mark all entities released. Oh. We're already doing that. Okay. This should just be more strong. This should be like destroy all entities. Destroy all entities held would be better than mark all entities released here, right? How often do we call that? Yeah, I understand there, because it's being destroyed, but what about these other places? Yes. Okay, this makes sense. We don't want to destroy them. We just want to mark them released, because we might end up just immediately marking them held again. Yeah, and here too. Okay, so yeah, I'm going to move this then. It's not the executor's job anymore. It's going to be the component, the ECS systems, the ECS job. So that's in components tests. Component tests. Components tests? That's weird. Why can't it find it? Okay, I'm confused. Is there not a file called components tests? Oh, it's just called components. Ah. So the other file must be stale then. All right, anyway. These are now ECS test components. And they're in a namespace, so we need to indent it a level. All right. Okay, so there's no executor. We don't actually have to execute a command. Components arrow is replaced by just components dot. And then there's no mobilize required. So instead of constructing a command to destroy it, we just actually do it. Components dot destroy entity, bag entity. And it's much simpler to test. And the assert is that. All right, cool. So removing it is the same thing, only, okay, no mobilize. And we just say components dot, this one is not remove, it's like, is it drop? It's destroy component of type, that's what it is. So container bag entity. There we go. So I've moved the code over to here now. It's easier to test things the closer they are to the innermost level, by the way. That's one principle of unit testing, is that the smaller the thing you're testing, the easier it should be to test. The larger, the more complex, the harder it is. The more interactions it has, the harder it is to test. So components is easier to test because it's closer to the actual data. The executor sits on top of the components. All right, so components CPP is where we actually delete things. So yeah, where I was searching before, right? Here is where we destroy a player or container. Did I have it also on the list for today? I don't. No, I do. Player is deleted. So after I do container, I'll be doing player anyway. This is the same place in the code. Let me put a bookmark here to remember. And yeah, so we're gonna be coming back to this anyway. So for now, it's just container. What if I just say that we're gonna have a new function? Destroy entities. Why does this have a key like that? Wonder why I did that. Why did I put the lookup here and just pass the key? I guess because it's always a JSON array in an object. Yeah, okay. So what to name it then? Destroy all entities in array? You know, I'd prefer to just say destroy all entities. And the context is within this array. Okay, so let's do that. So this is declared here. And so call this function in order to destroy all entities in the given inventory. Exactly. Holder component. This is the component which contains the entity references of all entities to be destroyed. This is the key of the array inside of the component which is holding any references. Sure. All right. Go to where that is defined. Paste the prototype. Put the class prefix in front. And in the body, I think I can just take this and call a different, call a different function, right? I can just say destroy entity. I believe I can just do that. Is this safe to iterate? Yes. The only problem would be if the inventory contains itself. If it's a recursive bag. But then we would have other problems anyway, wouldn't we? If, let's say the bag contained itself, then when it destroys itself here, then this iteration becomes invalid now. This object would no longer exist. We would actually crash the server for a bag to be inside itself and then get destroyed. So effectively, it would destroy the entire game universe. The server would go down. That'd be funny. All right. That should make one test pass. And then the other one, not yet. So that's a similar thing, right? This one, right there. And test it. Okay, so that's good. So then let's do the next bullet point since we're right there anyway. Destroy the equipment held by a player that is deleted. All this destroy all enemies makes you weary about me, huh? You know, that rage is not the solution to problems. But I am all-powerful game master. And I'm also a tiger, which is a vicious creature, right? At least to small prey. So if I can watch me ruin this environment. Ha ha ha! I am the destroyer of worlds. Oh, let's put the world back together again. It was something like this, right? Yeah, something like that. I am the destroyer of worlds. I was literally destroying. That destroys entities, by the way, when you right-click in the game as a GM. So now the entities that used to be there, like the 4-digit entities, are gone forever, and now we're at 5-digit entities. Every time you create a new entity, it takes the next serial number, like whatever unused number is next. And numbers are not recycled, so goodbye 6988, wherever you are, probably don't exist anymore. So much fun you can have in a virtual world when you're both the creator and the destroyer of worlds. All right, these tests are passing. We're gonna do same thing for players now. Current task. Oh, I didn't even update this from before. So, fixing bugs in items not being properly destroyed. There we go. They must be properly destroyed. So it's a similar thing for players, right? So let's make some more tests for that. Destroying player also destroys their inventories. Okay, so the difference here is this is not a bag entity, but this is a character entity. Or more properly, a player entity. And it's the player component of the player entity. Player has an inventory. Here I think I want to have two test items. So item 1 and item 2. Item 1 is fidget spinner. Item 2 is a sword. Why not? Because I'm going to equip that in the player's main hand. Equipment is a JSON object which contains main hand, which has the second item in it. All right. So destroying the player entity. So this is the same setup, which means, again, when I refactor this out, it should just have a common setup. Right now it's copy-paste. And destroy the player of the player entity. Correct. Oh, I didn't rename. Okay, so removing player component also destroys inventories. There we go. Right, so actually both the fidget spinner and the sword are left behind. Alright, so I think I just need to do this, but I need to do it twice. So, bookmark that, because what I'm looking for is, equipment. Is it not done here? Is it done in the executor? Equipment. Yeah, this kind of stuff, right? Right, okay. So destroy their inventory, but then also destroy all their equipment. So the contents are where? Components of type entry second is the component, right? Yeah. Okay, so then it's that index key player equipment. If it's an object, then go through and find the slots, and then we destroy all of them. Actually, I'm going to use the type, so it's a little bit easier than this. I can just say, for const auto type in equipment.get keys. Destroy all entities in... I really should give this thing a name. Let's give it a name. Const auto component equals components entries, components of type entry second. So that this, wherever this appears, I can just use the word component. There we go. And then inside here, we're not deleting the component, we're deleting the equipment, and the key is type. There we go. Done. Yeah. GM Rage. Did you miss the GM Rage Crumpet? Did you miss it? We can see it again. When I get upset, when the GM gets upset, destroyer of worlds. Ah, black hole appears. Too much fun. But look, I'm a creator as well as a destroyer, right? I can recreate things. Not exactly the way it was, but maybe close enough. There. All right, back to the test. If you're playing my game and you start seeing the world being destroyed, you'll know why. Ground just crumbles underneath you. Yeah, maybe you start taking damage, and then you have to run around and try to escape the black hole. So Crumpet, it's by design. It's one of the ways I want to attract people to the game is that they can actually watch it get created live while they're playing it. I don't know how successful that'll be, but since that was a design goal from really, really early on, um, that's why it's important to me. Ooh, this is broken though. Oh, because they don't call it from the other place. I only call it from one place. Yeah, so this should be called... You know what? This should be another helper, shouldn't it? Because I'm calling it from more than one place. Why not? Let's just say impl destroy all player inventories component. And then that is the contents of this. So let's go to where that is defined. And there's where the code's going to go. And it's going to be called destroy all player inventories. Right? Yes. And then we just need the player component. So we can remove the impulse. And this is player component. And then I just need to declare this in the right place. So let's go where this is declared. And paste that. Remove the namespace, the class name prefix, just a declaration. And then we'll say this function. Call this function in order to destroy all items in the given player's inventories. And this is player component. This is the player component of the player whose inventories should be utterly annihilated. Why not? I'm writing the comments. I can make a stupid joke if I want. And I'm gonna read that later and think, wow, I was really wacky when I wrote that. Anyway, this should have worked. Oh, expected a bracket. Indeed, expected a bracket. Okay, so now it's simple. Destroy all player inventories. I just need to do this in destroy entity for player type right here. Remove the impl and we're done, right? Only wasn't. Should I do the same thing here? This thing ought to be given a name called component. Yeah. Right here. Const auto component equals that. Then that can replace wherever that is in the entire function and be a little bit, the tiniest of bits more readable. Any more? No, that's it. Paste. Done. Hey there, Yuri. How are you doing today? We're just making sure we don't orphan items now when we destroy their containers. So that should pass now. Cool. Let's run all the entity component system tests. Ooh, I have a bug. I broke a few things. Track when container holding item destroyed. Ooh, how did that get broken? I'm doing so-so. I got a cold. One side effect of having kids, I have 3 kids, and when they get sick, almost without fail, I get sick about a week later. Germ incubators, right? That's what kids are. So what happened here? I destroyed the container. Oh, shoot. That's important. We didn't destroy the holder cache. Okay, we need to fix that. When we destroy entities, we also need to do the same thing I was doing before, which was to mark them released. So let's do that. Actually, can't just destroy entity do it? Wouldn't that be the simplest? Mark entity released entity? Because that just searches if it's in the cache and removes it, right? Yeah, why am I not just keeping it simple and doing it that way? Yeah. Yeah, I like that better. There we go. This is the back end of the game. So this isn't the display. It's if I were to like hit this remove and destroy this container, it's making sure that, sure, it'll remove that container, but it should also go into the inventory of the container and destroy entity 10,002 also, because that's the pile of gold that's in this box right there. So the bug was that if you destroy the treasure chest, the gold would still exist, but in limbo because there's no reference to it. One surefire way of knowing if it's the front end or the back end is if it's C++, it has to be the back end. So if it's a .cpp file, it's built into the server in the back end, because the front end is all JavaScript. All of the front end is in JavaScript. So actually, that's another hint. If it's not .js, it's back end. I mean, yeah, then it's back end. If it's .js, it has to be front end. The only place where the place and the only place in my game where you'll find JavaScript is the front end. Everything else is back end. All right, test these again. Hopefully I fix it this time. Yay. Okay, cool. So, should I test it? Should I make a sacrificial treasure chest and burn it to the ground? The duplicate item thing will make a duplicate reference, won't it? I forgot about that. So I'll probably want to empty the chest before I duplicate it. All right. So build the game. Oh, 148 bits. Thank you very much for burning stuff to the ground. So do I get bits the more I destroy in the game? Or just demonstrating to Crumpet earlier that when I become a vengeful GM, I'm also the destroyer of worlds. Oh no, it's disappearing. And then I can be a remorseful creator and like put the world back later. I think I destroyed some lava there, didn't I? Let's put the lava back. Actually, I don't think that was that shape. Anyway, the world will never be how it was. It'll be a little different every time, but maybe a little bit more interesting. Put a little shuffle there. Yeah. Yeah, you can still walk in empty tiles, but the idea in the game would be to not have empty tiles. So the empty tiles would be like the empty tiles in Minecraft, where you never really see them unless you have cheats on. They're just the gaps between areas of the world, because we're obviously not covering every single square of the world. Eventually, you'll hit the edge of the content, and there'll be nothing after that, right? But yeah, everything that you should see in the game should be free of voids. But just in the event that a void is accidentally created, you can walk into it and there's no, it doesn't block anything to have a void. Okay, still building the game in the background. So, do I want to fix the bug right now? I'll show you this bug. There's a bug now where if I take this treasure chest and duplicate it, the duplicate treasure chest is an exact duplicate down to it has a copy of the other item. So the game is probably going to complain saying there are now two holders. Yeah. Entity 10,002 is being held by two treasure chests, right? So to fix this, I would have to like clear it out of one of them and then have my player maybe pick up the gold and drop it on the ground and then duplicate the gold. That's probably the fastest way. So get the treasure chest, then let's go drop the gold and move away. And then before it despawns, let me pick it and duplicate it. And then it'll pick up this one, put it in this chest, and then walk over here, get this gold, and put it in that chest. Ooh, what happened here? Do we have a bug? Huh. The subscription system didn't update for this entity. What's different about this one? Oh, that needs to be an array. How did that become an object? When I duplicated the treasure chest, was it an object? That's another bug. So that fixes it. All right. So anyway, I have a sacrificial treasure chest now to destroy. So I just need to see what the entity reference is and restart the game before we do it. This is just a test to make sure the gold is destroyed along with the treasure chest. Could it be used to hide Easter eggs, like there's a huge void and then there's a funny message or something? Yeah. I could also just make a tile that shows up as black and it would be the same thing. Or another way to do it would be to have tiles that which don't allow light to penetrate them. Actually, it would be one and the same thing to a client. There would just be a lack of graphics on a square, and you'd still be able to walk on it. All right. So, game is still running. Let me write these entity references down. So we're about to destroy 37015, and inside the chest is 37016. So, goodbye treasure chest. And then I'm going to look up 37016, fetch. It has no components, so it worked. All right. So when we destroy a treasure chest, we destroy everything it had in it. And let's check that in. And then let me fix the bugs I just found. There are 2 of them, and I would like to fix them both. Oh, that's, yeah, we'll just check out these all at the same time. So it's really 2 things we did. The main thing was, actually, maybe I could separate these commits to make it cleaner. Maybe. Actually, I'm not going to bother. The main work I did here was, right, fix, or well, when, destroy item holders when, destroy items held when their holders are destroyed. And then, yeah, actually, I'm not even going to mention this key name change, because it's really not a big deal. Okay, let me recreate this bug, which is if I duplicate the treasure chest and I look at the treasure chest, the look component is squiggly brackets instead of square brackets. That's probably a front-end issue. So I can wipe it out of existence, and let's look at the code that does item duplication. It's actually entity duplication, and that's done in the stage when you hit Alt-click. What file was that? I don't know what I was looking at. You could have fixed the front end. Yeah, all this front end code Yuri pointed out to me is not encrypted or obfuscated. And that's fine because it's really just a thin graphical front end to the game. And the functions like duplicating objects, like the act of taking that and duplicating it, the server only actually follows that instruction if you have logged in as an admin, and which is also a server-side check. So although you could use the developer tools to get to the code that lets you duplicate items, if you tried to hack it and do that in the game would say, well, you're not allowed to do that action, and it would just disconnect you. So, I don't really mind that that code is visible. If I did mind, I'd have to run some kind of code obfuscation on JavaScript, right? Yeah. It's actually good and bad. So the good thing is I don't really need to worry about hiding anything in the front end because the back end always validates anything the front end sends it. The bad thing is that it can be slower. The game can have lag because the server can't trust the client to do anything. The server always has to validate everything the client asks. And so that can cause lag. So if in the future I let the client do run some of the game's functions, then I have to be really careful, because then if people could discover those functions, they could hack them and then cheat. And that's how a lot of hacks in multiplayer games happen, is part of the game has been delegated to the client, someone hacks the client, they're able to cheat. Another way that people cheat is they find hidden backdoors in the client. I am trying to be careful in that every administrative function is goes through one portal, which is that you have to have an admin key provided to the server. And if you haven't done that, it just says no, can't do any of that. What's kind of stupid, to have the client run part of the game. Sometimes you have to do that to get good performance and remove lag, because to have to go all the way to the server and back, that full round trip can cause noticeable lag, especially if it's in a large number of players. I'm trying to get around that by having the game be very low frame rate, so you can only move 4 times a second, so it's 4 FPS on the server side. And so we can afford to go do round trips with the server. I only have to maybe do a little bit of client-side prediction for the graphics. Let me fix my camera filter. It's getting dark again. And more sparklies are showing up. My lighting situation gets challenging the later I go. All right, so the item duplication is where we have the Alt key. Is Alt... Right, so another example, like, this is how item duplication happens. There's a message of type ECS actions, create an entity. This entire message category is blocked on the server unless the client has already provided has answered the auth challenge. The only way to successfully answer the auth challenge is to sign a challenge with the admin's private key. So never send the private key out. The server only has the public key, so someone would have to steal the private key from me in order to be able to answer the challenge correctly and unlock this message type. So this is basically just creating a new entity with a copy of all the components. And this is the problem, right? It's assuming it's an object. So in JavaScript, how do I tell if something's an object or an array? This is where my JavaScript is weak. Maybe I can do it with the figure this out with the console. Undock, please. That's whenever I bring the server down, so that doesn't matter. Is it type of? Type of. How can you tell the difference between an array and an object? Array is array. Array is array. Oh, there you go. Thank you, Sickmofo. Give you a point. And hello, by the way. Thank you for that. Need to steal my private key. Was that a challenge? I don't know how you do it. It's a file that only exists on my computer, and I never transmit it. So you'd have to... I don't know. There'd have to be some security flaw in OpenSSL, like, so that the private key could be discovered through, I don't know, through inspection of the public key or reversing the public key. I'm not worried about it getting stolen. And if it was, I guess I would just be quick to create a new one. Let's not talk about that, but yeah. Let's see. So I would I just have to put it in here, right? I just say array.isArray component I don't like that it's component, but okay. If so, then it's that. Otherwise, it's that, right? So that should be a fix. That should fix it now, right? So now that's one bug fix. If I now duplicate this chest, the duplicate should operate correctly as long as I take the duplicated item out. Submit. And to do the same thing as before, which was, let's close this. Drop, oh, it's in the chest? Okay. Oh, where is it? Oh! Did I delete the only copy of the gold? Oh, that's funny. I think I deleted the only copy of the gold by accident. Okay, well, we can make more gold. In fact, go farm the gold. All you need to do is get one piece of gold and then increase its quantity. Getting gold the old-fashioned way. Looting it from dead enemies. They're gonna kill me now. Respawn, ha, I have infinite lives. Alright, I got a piece of gold. Alright, cool. That's all I needed. I just need one. And then I'll drop it on the ground and move away, and then I will take that gold and go to the item for it and increase it to 100 gold. Actually, let's just do 23 gold. And then I'm going to duplicate that so I have like different piles of gold. Pick it up. Let's put one in this box. Pick that one up and put it in that box. And I'll keep this for myself. What do you do as a stay-at-home father? Also, yeah, you did. Yeah, I did just delete the gold. What do you mean what I do as a stay-at-home father? I have to drive kids to and from school, appointments and stuff like that. I have to do the laundry. I have to cook. What stay-at-home fathers do. All right, so got my gold back. We fixed the type of component bug. Let me check that in. So this is fix bug in entity duplication. Check component type, component values to see if they are arrays or objects. And duplicate them properly. All right. Daddy daycare? Well, my kids are older, so they don't really need daycare. It's more of that they don't have vehicles to... So, I'm the chauffeur. I'm also the cook. Alright, so, 23 golden meat. That's a reference to something that I don't quite get, but it sounds really familiar. I'm wondering why to put it in that slot. Why did it pick the 6th slot? Is there a ghost item in that slot or something? Ooh, there is. What happened to that item? There's a pile of gold there, but it's messed up. Oh, I know what happened. It got duplicated, and then it deleted the container, and so that item got orphaned. I bet we're getting errors about that. Yeah, player 1 inventories 4 slot invalid. Unfound item 10,002. Okay, well it's good that we're getting these errors. Thank you for that follow, by the way. So when I destroyed the gold, there was a duplicated reference, and so my inventory slot got hosed. So let me fix that. I just put null there, and that'll be fixed. There. Last reference to that is gone, so now when I drop that on the ground and pick it up again, it goes into the first available slot. All right. Also known as the parent trademark. Sick Mofo, did you know that you can, it's like Windows key dot, and then you can just type TM, enter, and then you get the Unicode trademark. most useful Windows tip of the day. All right. We have one pile of gold in there and one in there. Let me put them in different slots so that I can be sure they're different containers. All right. So now, the next thing I wanted to fix, I think, was when we duplicate a container, we want to also duplicate its items. Oh, but that's going to require several round trips to the server. Yeah, so it's only a matter of time before that's in Linux and Mac, right? A shortcut menu for entering Unicode, if it's not already there. I bet you it's already there in some Linux distros, and I just don't know it. How would we? So if we wanted to duplicate this container, we'd have to first go into the container items and duplicate any items we find, right? And then once we've duplicated it, we would have to then duplicate the container and replace the item references. This requires a bunch of round trips with the server. I need the back-end change for this, because right now when you duplicate an item, there's no feedback to the client to tell you what the duplicated item number was, when you, or the created item, entity number was. The server can look up what's inside, right? But right now the so the server could do it if I was a dedicated duplicate entity command, but there isn't right now. I was trying to do it all on the client side, but maybe maybe you're suggesting a better way to do it. If there was a just let the server do it, say duplicate this entity like completely. Actually, it does change one thing when it duplicates it, right? It changes the position to be where I clicked on. So I could do all of this server side and it would be a little bit easier. So I want to do it easier on the server side but have a new command for it, or do I want to do it on the client side? I kind of want to keep the server client communication simple and do this on the client side. Otherwise you probably have to make end requests. Yeah, it would be back and forth a few times. Or we could have, actually the action's going to be an array, so we could have all the items duplicated in one command, but then I need to get an array of new entity numbers back to know what to put into the container next. Then there would be orphaned items. So maybe it does make sense to do it server side. It would be cleaner server side. Maybe I should just then do it. So a command called duplicate entity, and then maybe as an optional argument, you could provide substitute component values. So you could say duplicate this item, except for its position, put it here. And maybe the same semantics. It's like take everything from the original and just overwrite the X and Y. Okay, I could do that. How much time do I have left on my stream? 5:30? It's been 2.5 hours. The uptime, yeah. How much more time? I want to reserve some time to start looking at refactoring. 100% do it server side. Yeah. I'll hardly ever do it, though. How often as a GM am I going to be duplicating treasure chests? Game scripts might want to do it though, so that's another reason to do it server side. I might have a game script called duplicate entity. Not necessarily Sigmofo. A game script might also want to do it, and that would be running server side anyway. So okay, there we go. That convinces me. A game script might do item duplication, so it's more convenient for it to be on the server. Actually, the only way would be to do it server side. So we're gonna do it server side. So then, back end work. I guess this is a job for the component system. So components.cpp in the tests would let's just take the test that had the test container in it, and let's have a duplicate entity test. Duplicate entity. Oh, if I do it at the component level, then there would also need to be an executor level anyway. Actually, then I don't need it to be at the component level. I could just keep it at the executor level only. Yeah. Yeah, we can just have a new ECS action. All right, I'm convinced. So, executor it is. All right. We're going to pass 10,000 lines today, I think. This had a container in it. No, it didn't. Where's a test with a container in it? Here we go. Here's one. All right. This test is called ECS duplicate entity. So an item, fidget spinner. Container holds the fidget spinner. And then I don't need a player. Mobilize. Command is ECS. Action is duplicate entity. And then we just need an entity type, right? Container entity. And then we can have a delta here. So, yeah, let's actually put it in the world. So the container will have a position. Position. X of 2, Y of 4, zone 123. And then we're gonna in this delta here, needs to be a little bit layered, right? Because we might change more than one component of it. So this should be an array. Yeah, nest this JSON array. Did I do that right? I don't think I did. I didn't do that right. There we go. There we go. I know. Why not fidget spinners? It's a unit test. Okay, so in the array. Actually, no, I don't want an array, do I? I want to flip these technically. That's array, and here it's No, it's they're both objects. What am I thinking? This level of object is component level, so this is position. And then what to change in the position would be change the X to 7. Leave the, and let's actually try out doing a remove too. So foo bar is, or foo is bar, right? And we'll say we want to remove foo, so make that null like that. Okay, so new kind of action. We give the entity reference and we say, what about it do we want to change while we're doing a duplication? We're saying we actually want to put it somewhere else in the world and remove one of the keys of one of the components. Execute it, and actually that is the act. What? Yeah, this is the act. So that can be const now, and so can this. Why is that even used? I don't need that. Hold on, I don't understand something. Why do I make this variable and never use it? That must have been copied from somewhere where I needed it, and I don't need it anymore. All right, so the expectation, we need to feed back the new entity ID. And what else? We should expect that it's now created. This dad's idea will blow your mind, and they're referring to Einstein. That's funny. For making a new area, you might create a general treasure chest and then duplicate it. Yeah, it'll be This will be useful to have. Also, just duplicating anything that might have references to other things. It'd be convenient to have it done in one place and not have it in more than one place and have bugs in one and not another. So the execution results, let's expect that, oh, thank you for that follow. It's going to be, the way this works is it should create a new entity. So we would expect that its container entity, actually, the way I want it to work is it should duplicate the item first and then duplicate the entities. So we should get, let's just enumerate what we expect. So const auto expected duplicate item is oh, we can do this before the act. We can say that is components, because there's a way I can ask it get next entity ID, right? And then const auto expected duplicate container is that plus 1. Okay, so we're going to expect the container is the one that we really care about, right? So we'll expect that for execution results. We have, this is the feedback because we the coordinator will need to tell the client what the number is. New. Yeah, let's just. Do I already have a convention for this? Like, create temporary entity does this. Yeah, here we go. Entity. That's what I have, this convention. Yep. Okay, and then I should also do that, right? Yeah. Should I just hard code the numbers rather than using these names? Probably not. So it's just entity. And then expected next entity ID. Actually, I don't care. It doesn't matter. So we can also get the store and look at it. So this thing. So we'll have 2 items and 2 containers. And 2 positions as well. Oh, you were? Yeah, A squared, if you didn't know, works on mods for oxygen not included. So you fixed a major issue, made it better, now you don't know what to do. You had a goal before, something to work on, now just nothing? I hate that feeling. What do you want to do? Would you want to work on another mod? Or find a new game? Or what? I hate it when there's nothing to do and having to find something to do. More content. I imagine it's easier to make a mod for an existing game than to make content. It's usually mods don't allow you to add content, do they? Except for Roblox. I noticed that thing is like super moddable, and Minecraft too. Minecraft and Roblox are heavily moddable. What's the syntax error here? Oh, these don't exist. Okay, so let's fix that. We should expect item entity and container entity. And this has something in it. Actually, it has exactly this in it. And then the position had this in it exactly. That. All right. So that's the original entity store. Why is it not compiling now? I don't see the problem yet. What's the problem? Improperly terminated macro. That's not good. Oh. No, that's correct. Oh, that's the problem right there. There's a missing parentheses. Yes. No. Yes. Okay. The one you were working on added a whole new building that generates power from those bugs called shine bugs. Oh, I remember the shine bugs. Does it without needing you to have all the shine bugs there running AI while floating above the solar panel. Can you save huge amounts of processing power? Was that the one? Yeah, it was this missing parentheses, but that's close. I'll give you a point for the effort. Half decent mod loader that makes adding buildings fairly easy. Oh, that's cool. That must be hard to make a game open for extension like that, you know? Okay, so this is the original thing, and we duplicated everything. That means we're going to have a new entity here called expected duplicate entity item, right? Expected duplicate item, which is also a fidget spinner of quantity 1, and then there will be another container entity called expected duplicate container, and that holds the expected duplicate item. And then also there will be an expected duplicate container here, where we wanted the X to be 7 and the foo removed. There we go. That's the test. Use a metal door on your anti-entropy thermal nullifier and start sweating liquid CO2 into your base? Was that a bug? Oh, it cooled it to the point where it was liquid and then it dripped into your base. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, those things, you'd have to play Oxygen Not Included to know what we're talking about, but there's an item in that game which essentially lowers, like heavily lowers the temperature around it to where you can liquefy the air. Was that in an old build? Because I thought they changed it so that it's not so severe. That it doesn't cool things that much. Alright, this will do nothing, right? Yeah. So it did nothing. It didn't duplicate anything. Because we don't have any such action called duplicate entity. Let's change that. So, for example, destroy entity. Let's make something called duplicate entity. On duplicate entity. So here's where we would define it. U comes after E, so this should be listed second, right? Duplicate. Create a duplicate of an entity, including other entities it may contain. This is a collection of components in the game. This is the action describing what to do. Yeah, this is all standard stuff, right? All right. Yeah, that should go there. It's capped at minus 125. Yeah, there's some I remember there being some things that didn't quite make sense. But I mean, it's a pretty cool game. How many games do you know simulate the melting and boiling points of things? I need to play that game again sometime. There we go. Trumpet. After Dwarf Fortress, I'll play Oxygen Not Included. And I'll make a point of installing A Squared's mod. Yeah. We'll have when I play Oxygen Not Included next time, I must use A Squared's mod. Because A Squared's cool and he helps out in the channel. Alright. Duplicate entity. Yeah, we don't need to worry about remove. Really, I need to just worry about what happens when you create things. Oh, I don't remember doing this. Feedback action create entity callback? Huh. When did we ever do that? Oh, weird. This is never used by anything. Oh, that's funny. There's a whole special callback mechanism in the game that I never used. Wait. It's tested though. What? Oh, wait. Is this... This is for the game scripts. We go issue it for this... Oh, so this must be in the Lua then. So how is it set? Oh, I know why. Because this CB is probably in the Lua. There it is. Ah, yeah. What's the callback? I forgot about that. Yeah, when you give a sword to someone, it has to create the sword, but we don't know what the entity number is. So we set it up to call us back, and when you get that number, call another function called give. I remember this now. Cool. So we would use essentially, we would probably need essentially the same thing then. Let me copy that facility in the unit test. So let's include that actually. A callback, just so we can test it. And how do we know that it worked? Because it generates feedback. Oh, brilliant. All right, so let's just include that here. I guess we would use a new key though. Feedback action duplicate entity callback, and let's just take this old key and duplicate entity. Sure. Right, and then the way we test for that feedback is down here. That there's a foobar nil in the feedbacks. Perfect. There we go. This shouldn't be has, it should be index that. And then cast it to int. Because that is an int. Right. Get next entity ID returns an int. Okay. Priority 0, which allows you to designate a task to never be done until you set it back to a higher priority. The little people will idle before they do this task. Huh. So frozen CO2 by your magic entropy destroying device makes sense. Does can you make frozen gas in oxygen not included? I don't remember. Oh, you could. It looked like snow. Yeah, A squared's around in a lot of channels. Yeah. A squared you even stream, right? Maybe not that often, but you've streamed before? That would be fun if... Oh, you haven't streamed? Well, for someone who hasn't streamed, you have an impressive number of channel views. Oh, you tried to stream once so that was probably back then. Right, but you're certainly involved in Twitch communities, though, which is awesome. Okay, I think this is ready to go. Oh, no, it's not. I've been distracted. We have not filled in the code at all for this duplicate entity. I think I wanted to just start with the create entity and copy from there. So just paste over this. Duplicate should go after destroy alphabetically. Makes more sense that way. X and then Control V. I think that it's a joke item. Like it purposefully violates the laws of thermodynamics. That's why they call it like an entropy nullifier or something like that. Create entity. Huh. I've never actually finished or gotten to the end game for Oxygen Not Included, so I want to go back and do that. I stopped playing because the build I was on, it was a bit stressful to play. I cared too much for my little duplicants. Duplicate it, and here we're using the word duplicate like duplicants. So we're definitely creating an entity, but I want to look it up first, right? What's something similar? Wasn't there a way we could get components of an entity? Hold on, let me think about this. Components dot with components of type, I think it was. No, well, sort of, right? No, that's not right. Entity components, that's it. Call the given visitor function for every component of the given entity. That's exactly what we want. So the entity here would be, oh, I need to get that from the message. Get the original entity. With the original entity, we get a function that has a type and a JSON value. Why is it payload? Why did I name it payload? I think that it's a goof. It should be component. Okay, and then we're always creating a new entity. Duplicate entity. All right, and then for everyone, we have to be careful here. If it's an item, we want to recursively duplicate it, right? So really, I want to have a helper that actually does the duplication, don't I? Yeah. So let's let me think about what I would do. Actually, let's call it from here. If type is, I need to identify the things that can hold entity references. So one is a player. And either the, well, no, that's exactly it. If the type is a player or the type is a container, it has other entity references in it. Actually, we need to handle them separately. Hey there, Define Evil. How's it been going? How long has it been since you've seen my game? We've added equipment slots. Look, I can equip my sword now. We've added treasure chests in the game. I can look in them and see that there's loot. Yay, and I can take it out, or put it back, or move it around. I'm working right now on a game command to duplicate an item completely, because we have the problem that right now where if I duplicate that treasure chest like so, the treasure chest only is duplicated, but its contents are the same. So these chests now both have the same item in it, and we get this message about an entity is being held by two other entities. So we need to do a proper deep duplication of an item if the item contains other items. So we'll fix it right now by destroying the copy. Oh, wait. that will hose the other entity, right? Because it will have destroyed the actual gold in that box. Yeah, see? So I need to repair that item. So to do that, I'm going to drop this gold, dupe the gold, pick it up, and while I'm at it, let me go to this box, edit that broken item in there, then look into it, put that one in the box, and then pick up the other one. There we go, fixed it. Remember just one world with a bunch of people walking around? So it's been a while then. So there's a bunch of stuff in here you might not have seen. So we have cool particle effects for New Year's Eve. We added one firework item. Look at that. Limited edition. There are NPCs now, both friendly and unfriendly. I don't know if you've seen it, but we have there's some combat in here. Fight this guy. Will I win? I won. Sometimes they drop loot. Linked chests would be cool. Like 2 chests that refer to the same item. Right now, the game doesn't allow that to happen. But I think one way I would do it is I would have a special kind of item that indirectly links to a container entity. So there would be 2 chests, and they would refer to a single container entity. And then we would have to handle the indirection. If you were to look at the chest, it would have to dereference to find the container. Why would you want linked chests? Just like in Minecraft when you have an ender chest, you can place 2 of them, one in one part of the world and another in another part of the world, and whatever you put in one chest shows up in both. So it's a way to teleport items throughout the world. You can also think of like, well, I can't think of another analogy. But yeah, ender chests in Minecraft are like that. So, also in Terraria, is it the piggy bank? If you have 2 piggy banks, I think if you put money in one, it shows up in the other. Okay, my last cup of tea. So, to avoid problems of 2 things referencing the same entity, I think that's how I would do it. I would have a front end to the chest. So there's only one real chest, but maybe 2 front ends to it. 2 portals to it. Okay, we're going to handle these separately, right? These are the special, like, duplicate the small items inside. But after we do that, to duplicate the component itself, it's just components dot create component of type dot duplicate entity dot component. Actually, we have to make a copy of this, right? So it would be auto new component equals component, because we might modify that and then put that there. Oh, cool. Never want to program without them ever again? Well, you're welcome, Jackamus. I didn't know about font ligatures until I watched CM Griffing, who made this chat overlay above my head. I think he's the first person I saw who used a font with ligatures in it. And I'm like, oh, that's a thing? Wow. Networking is such a pain, you hate it? I'm sorry, A squared. I'm the opposite, but it might be that you're just frustrated with it. I love networking. I think it's neat, but I'm sorry you have a hard time with it. All right, this is the hard part here, right? Well, let me finish the easy part. The easy part is after we do the thing, we call the callback. So this is duplicate entity callback. and we issue it with the duplicate entity, and we put it in the results too. And networking does suck, but it's awesome when it works. Maybe that's it. A couple days back, you ended up having to write your own communication thing to transfer data around using sockets because you couldn't parse the string for compression complexity reasons. I agree that the socket API sucks. That's why one of the first things I do, like in a new environment or new programming language, is I write a library or I find a library that abstracts away all the messy details of sockets. I actually don't like the original BSD socket implementation because it relied on you making non-blocking calls if you wanted to do more than just sit there and wait. And non-blocking calls are a pain in the butt because you have to retry them. Using C# sockets, which are pretty fun. They're abstracted pretty well. I remember having to write an abstraction on top of that to... at the time, maybe the API has been improved, but at the time there was something that it was missing, like it would still block. So I made an abstraction where I started a worker thread, and the worker thread would handle the blocking. It has async calls now. I think when I did it a lot years ago, they didn't have async calls. So I had to make a class which spun a thread, and that thread did the synchronous calls, and then I turned it into asynchronous by having events, I think. Well, that's nice. So they made it better then. You love the concept of networking and all the theory behind it, but when it comes to actually implementing it, brain farts sometimes. Yeah, I understand that. Okay, the difficult part of this is we have to do a recursive call for this, right? I know what I'll do. We're going to specifically iterate through the inventory and equipments, right? So auto inventory equals new component key play, help me out, IntelliSense. Oh, because it's Realm server. Key player inventory. For size TIs, actually this would probably be better. This would probably be better made as a helper. So let's pretend we had a helper. Duplicate entities? Duplicate entity list? Yeah, sure. And then inventory. Then do I really need to give it a name? Can I just put that directly in there and call it a day? And then I would, I'd have to do that for the equipment too. Like this. Yeah. So, equipment is this. New component. If it's an object, then duplicate. You define, or do you end up having to do any client interpolation or client-side prediction? I will probably do it in the future, yes, because right now there's a bit of lag. When you move, sometimes the feedback is not immediate, and it's a little bit, it comes across as not polished. So really what we want to do is the client should have a reasonable guess of what happens when you move, so that it should show you move immediately, and then maybe like a fraction of a second later, the server will confirm it, and then you won't see any change. But once in a while, it's going to have to fail. So we'll have to have some way of gracefully like rubber banding it, or maybe the client-side prediction would only be when the client is like 99% sure a move will not get blocked. But yeah, I want to do that so that to remove the percepted lag. So there's still lag, but it's more like the client makes a reasonable guess so that it doesn't look like the game is lagged. And the server, behind the scenes, there's a little bit of lag before you get the confirmation from the server. I want to put that in at some point. Right now, if you're like around the world from the server and you hit like, I want to move my character to the left, there's a noticeable difference in time, amount of time between when you press the left arrow key and when your character actually moves. You've been working on that all day with your Pong-like game? It can be tough, right? Because you can do the prediction, But maybe the server tells you, you can't move that way, and then you have to worry about rubber banding, which is you showed the thing moving, and then the server said, no, you can't, so then it snaps you back. You can see that in games, AAA games, and games like Minecraft. I see that all the time in Minecraft when you're working with a server that's lagged. You remove a block, and suddenly the block reappears, right? Because the server said, no, that block is still there. And then sometimes it double rubber bands. You remove the block block pops back up, and then it disappears again. The very worst, you could move where the client knows it can, display the tiles that it knows moving. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Have it be conservative. Only do prediction when it knows that it should be able to move. When it's not sure, there's a tricky thing though. You might reveal a secret in the game. If the client says, well, there might be a secret there, and so it holds off. Or worse, where there's no lag and all of a sudden you move and there's a little bit of lag. A discerning player could say, oh, there was a little bit of lag on that move. Maybe something was different with that move. And I really don't want to have secrets and spoilers get revealed by lag differences. Side channel on movie. Exactly. Side channel. That's a perfect way of describing it. That's one of the side effects of doing client-side predictions sometimes and not other times. That becomes a side channel. Accepted way to do is have a history of predictions and replay them on the server message. Yeah, so there's some articles that I think you and other people have given me links to that I need to study before I try to delve into client-side prediction. Okay, so this will be equipment entry dot value, right? Does that give me a reference or a const reference? It gives me a const reference. So really, I don't want to use this style. I want to do a keys thing for const auto type in equipment.get keys, and then just do duplicate entity list equipment type. I can't type. There you go. Alright, so for container, it's easier, right? We just duplicate the container's inventory. Okay. So this needs to be static now. Stack void duplicate entity list, and that's JSON value reference entity list. Create. Actually, the way I have these declared, can I have this call whatever this body is going to be? I think so. Create copies of all entities in the given list, replacing the entity references with those of the duplicates. So this is both in and out. Entity list. This is a JSON array of the entities to duplicate. On return, these are replaced with their duplicates. All right. Hope there's going to be lots of Easter eggs and hidden rooms. Oh yeah. All the regulars in my channel, I'll probably ask to contribute ideas for Easter eggs, and that way you'll get input into the game. Need to get the engine done. So at some point, I'll probably be shifting from engine development to content development, and then I'll be like, the doors are open now for your Easter egg and hidden content ideas, and then the regulars in the stream, their ideas would be given preference. In a secret room that's inaccessible. Yeah, just to taunt people, right? The people will be like, how do we get in that room? There must be a way. And I'm like, it's just to make you think that you can get in there. So this is just for size ti 0, I is less than entity list dot get size plus I. Entity list I equals duplicate entity list I. And then we're going to have a duplicate entity, which is the last thing. Int duplicate entity, int original entity. Create a deep duplicate of the given entity. Param original entity. This is the entity. This is the identifier of the entity to duplicate. Return. The identifier of the newly created duplicate entity is returned. Okay, and then this, the body of that will be some of this code here. So basically a lot of these. So this part of it. Oh, I might have to take a minute break. Maybe not. Actually, I'm going to take a minute break. So I have this new thing that I do now. I have a counter thing and a new BRB screen. I'm going to make use of that. So I will be back in a minute, okay? Be right back. All right. Hopefully I didn't sit on 0 for too long. There's already one that you know of in a second secret room that's inaccessible? Yeah. In the test area there is. It's actually a way to get in with a super complicated key input combination or something? There might be. There's a bug that you can somehow be teleported to the void. I thought I fixed that. Oh, yeah, that was a while ago, A squared, right? That should no longer exist. I think I fixed that. But let me know if I didn't. Is the countdown supposed to be fluid on the BRB screen? It uses SNAS and OBS, and it's sort of a hacky solution in my opinion. OBS is polling a text file, and sometimes it doesn't poll it within 1 second, so sometimes it skips a second or two. You were in the void, yeah. Yeah, I don't know why sometimes OBS fails to poll for up to, 3 seconds. It should be every second. It's low budget. That's what my friends used to call it in college. If something was like hacky, we would say it's low budget. What I need to do is make a real overlay that, or find a real overlay that's like a browser source and actually has a rendering of the countdown like in real time. Yeah, right now I'm just using this SNAS program, which lets me, it just sets up a text file that just writes a counter into it. Low budget is a nice way of putting it. Yeah, that's what my college friends would call it. If something was like cheap or hacky, I would say, "Oh, that's a low budget solution." All right, this should be static, and this component actually needs to be passed around, doesn't it? It does. And I need to include it in the argument list too. Okay, this is a collection of components in the game to be modified by this function. and up here. Timer.onlineclock.net. I hadn't heard about that one. But wouldn't it be fun to make our own overlay? Something that's integrated into the game too. Maybe for until I get something cool, I can use that. Thank you, A squared. Point. It's got some kind of ads or something. Oh well. We could make our own. I just need to make something that runs locally on a node server when I'm streaming, right? Set up a browser source. Yeah, why use an off-the-shelf solution? We can make it ourselves. That's the theme to my stream, right? Okay. So this needs components. There and there and there. Whoa. Sure. Let's be consistent. Now what's wrong with that? Oh, it's const. So that should not be const. All right. So duplicate. So there. This is somewhat recursive, right? Components. So duplicate entity calls duplicate entity list, which ends up calling duplicate entity again. So it can nest by nature of, like, if you have a container within a container within a container, it will nest all the way down. So that's both cool and dangerous. I guess it should work. So this would be components. Oh wait a minute, I don't need this. This was all removed, right? We need to return the duplicate. So return that. So we just call duplicate entity. Original entity. And then do the callback, right? So we extract the original entity, we duplicate it, and we do any callback and return it in the results. Duplicate creates a new entity, and then with all components of the original entity, it will create a component of the type. But before it does that, it will modify the if it has lists of other entities, like if it's a player or a container, it will duplicate those lists and replace. This should replace the references in the list in place, which is what this does. For everything in the list, duplicate that and then store it back. So I think this will work. Give it a shot. Unit test it, yeah. Self-referential containers. No, A squared, were you here before? There's definitely going to be a problem if a container holds itself, because when we destroy the container, it destroys itself while it'll destroy its contents while it's enumerating them, so it would end up destroying something it's iterating. We would have to have a special case to detect that if you destroy something you're currently enumerating, then you would skip it, because it's going to get destroyed anyway. I mean, I could do that. Should I put that in as a gag item in the game? A bag that contains itself? Actually, what would be more fun would be a bag that contains a treasure chest which contains the original bag. And then it would get really confusing. Oh, I just thought of a puzzle for the game. What if we had, like, a maze within an item composition? So you have A contains B and C. B contains gold, a D and an E and an F. A C contains a sword and a G. And then a D contains the C and a mace or something like that. And then E and F are empty. And then actually, to make it even more confusing, we can say that these two references, A going to C and D going to C, could be conditional on something, like on what slot you place it in within its container. Oh, I'm already thinking of evil puzzles now. So it would be called the tricky bag. The troll bag. That depending on what slot you put things into, that it accesses other containers. Ooh, there we go. A has slot. So let's say that these are slots, right? And if you put something in that slot, then it's if B placed here, you can access its items. And then maybe B has something else, is yet another container, and repeat the process. So you'd have to arrange things in a nested composite container a certain way, and then you can get to the final item. Self-holding bag would be funny. So yeah, we could do it in a way where, like, when you get down to a certain level, if you don't place it in the right slot, it goes back up 2 or 3 levels, and so it looks like it's an infinitely nesting series of bags until you get the right combination, and then you unlock the item that's held within. Ooh, I'm going to totally do this. I'm going to totally do it. So in order for that to not to crash the game, I have to handle loops within container compositions. So if you destroyed A, and it happened to have a reference back to itself, while we're destroying references, we have to have a list or a set of what we're currently iterating, and then you just skip it. So you skip its self-reference. Let me remember this. To do support container, what do we call this? Container hierarchies containing loops. What happens if you destroy the thing it's iterating is the iterator is invalidated, and then it's undefined behavior. Yes. It doesn't explicitly crash by definition, but certain implementations will catch it and tell you you've just invalidated your iterator, and it'll just break into the debugger at that point. Oh, I totally like that. We have to have that puzzle. Does anybody know if there's a game that already does that? Where the slot, so don't tell anybody, where the slot of where you put the thing in the bag actually unlocks something? Because that would be, that's going to be cool. Anyway, this should work now, right? Duplicate item test. No. Oh, it duplicated the nulls. Yeah, we don't want it to duplicate the nulls, so let's fix that. This should only do it if it's null, so skip it if it's... So let's get the member entity, and that's always an int, right? Is this one. If that's 0, continue. And then we can just do that. And this is short enough I can put it all in one line. There we go. I'm glad I have unit tests. Remove an item from a list as you for each over it. It's an explicit exception to modify an underlying iterator. I mean, it's not too hard to detect. What you just do is you have for the container type, you just have a ephemeral set or hash table of what are the objects that you're currently iterating, and whenever you get into something that mutates an object, you check, am I iterating this object? And if so, throw an exception. It must be tracking that somehow. Okay, we got further, right? Oh, that's interesting. Oh, it created in the opposite order that I expected. Oh, it actually creates the container first. And you know, it doesn't really matter the order, so let's make the test just agree with it. It's expecting to create the container first. And then the item. Yeah, it must do something. It must track it somehow. And debug builds of C++ standard library do the same thing for certain things. It adds extra tracking code, which is why the builds are slower to execute, like on Windows. I've noticed that. Debug build is noticeably slower because doing extra instrumentation. Where does it differ now? Oh, it didn't remove the foo. It also didn't do it. Didn't do the. I didn't do the diff part. Okay, so we have to carry the diff into this. So that needs to be an extra argument to duplicate entity, doesn't it? So action realm server key ECS key component delta, right? So the duplicate entity will have another const JSON value delta, and let's make that default to JSON empty object. So delta, this is a JSON object describing which keys of the, or which components, because it's a multi-level one, right? The one way I'd set this up. Where's the act? Here it is. This one is a multi-level object. The first level is component, and the second level is field of component. All right, so this is a JSON object describing which components to modify after duplicating. And for each component, which fields to change or remove. To add, change, or remove. Because it could not be present, it could be present, or it could be present and a new value specified, or present and a null specified. Okay, I can't do that. Oh, this has to be like that, right? Yeah. Okay, so nested, we're not supporting deltas. At this level we are, so I suppose we would do it at this level. If delta has type, then for const auto field name in delta type new component, well, if field this is dot key, actually I can just enumerate it. So this is delta entry. Yes. So const auto field name is delta entry dot key, and then const auto new value is delta entry dot value. If field name, if we need to get a reference to it also. Actually, no, I already have it. If new component has field name, then we are changing or removing. Else we're adding, right? If we're adding, it's just doing assignment. So I can do it if it doesn't have it, or if the value is not null. So if it doesn't have it, or new value dot get type is equal to null. Actually, it's easier to do it this way first. If it is JSON value type null, then we're removing it. New component dot dot remove field name. Else, if it has the value, actually there's no else. If, it's just else. New component field name equals new value, right? I think that's it. And then test it. Hey, it passed. Okay. That's all the backend support I need. I just need to add the front end support for it. So build it, please. Oh, wait a minute. No, that's not all the backend support. There's one other thing. This sets up, where is it? This returns an entity reference. I need to have the coordinator return that. So I need to go to ECS CPP here. And that's on ECS executed. On ECS... How come it's not... Oh, right there. On ECS executed. So skip that one. Right, so we don't have a check for the action type of duplicate entity. If it's duplicate entity, then we want to report back to the client the new entity created. And how do we know who to report it to? Oh, is there a way to do that? It would have to be in the action, wouldn't it? Yeah. That means the front end will have to identify its, Oh, wait a minute. We might already add that. Let me look. Let me check. So that would be, ECS, no, yeah, ECS, what is the action called? I mean, the message called. It would be in, serve, where were we looking in the JavaScript? Was it here? Yeah, ECS actions. So it would be ECS actions make command. Oh. Because we have the server and client number. Wouldn't we want to just embed it in there so we know who to give the response, any feedback to? Yeah, why don't I just do that? So if it comes from a client, just embed the server and client numbers so that we know who to send the feedback to. Actually, that'll fix another problem I've been having. Check it out. So if I am looking at something like, I don't know, like this ball of glittery stuff right here, right? If I wanted to, let's say I wanted to add something next to it, like there. Let's say I want to add a tree right there. Right now, I have to hit add, and nothing seems to happen. I have to do then refresh, and then it pops up in the list there. If I got feedback about what the number was, wouldn't have to do a refresh, and then I could you know, just take this tile and add it here and give it a add, set the depth to 1, select the where's the tree? Decorations? Tree. There's a tree now. And remove it. Yeah, I don't want that hack. Really, when we tell the server please create an entity, it ought to tell us what the number was. So if this embedded the server and client number in the message, then it could it could know who to send their feedback to. So let me actually, as an aside, let's do that. So I would go to ECS tests, look for ECS actions. Yeah. So this connection, right, has a number associated with it. Where is that? Where's the client ID set for this? Oh, right here. how do we check that? Oh, right. Is that it? 1. It's always 1. Yeah, yeah. So create temporary entity does that. Let me see how that works. Make command, right? So that embeds the server client ID. I think the other one should do that too. Yeah, let's do that. So it would be the same kind of test that we would expect those to be embedded in the command. So go back to this one and just add that there. ECS. Oh, wait. No. That's right. It's handled differently. This is actually part of this command. It has those in addition. Okay, so... But this actions is open-ended. I think I'm just going to stash it in there. Actually, no. I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to add it here just like it is in the other place. So that means one step back in commands. Command tests for ECS. ECS, yeah, this one. Yeah, we're going to include the server and client number. The same way that temporary entity, this thing. Okay, let's copy this stuff. Let's copy all of this, and then go back. And then paste it all, and I'm just going to steal what I want out of it. So that goes there. This gets added. Oh, that's... Wait a minute. I put it in the wrong place. Undo. This is create here. Yeah, yeah, so this stuff goes there. This gets added. Oh, the encoding is different. I don't have space for it. So if I change the encoding of the command, I have to be really careful about data migration. I didn't leave room in the encoding to place the server and client ID like I did in the other place. We can just hijack these two keys in the actions. What do we typically do in the actions? How does that constructed? ECS actions make command. And wait. Oh, it's... Yeah, I know what the problem is. It's this, this constructor. Right, the actions is the entire encoding right now. It's the encoding of the command is the problem. How to fix this? I guess I can have a backwards compatible mode. So the actions will never have a key called actions in it, but previously. So I can, okay, that's how I'm going to do it. I'll introduce a new mode for this, and I'll have to have, that means I'll have to have 2 tests for create. Yeah, 2 tests for, so this will be the backwards compatible mode. Create, ECS create legacy. Or format 1 or something. Yeah, well, probably only need to change it once. If I change it again, I'll have to rename this test. This will be create new. So this is the legacy format, and in the legacy format, let's encode the server and client ID the way I want it to do. So just like this other command down here, go up here, that goes there, and get rid of that, and this goes here, right? So this is where we put it into the action, and then we'll have it strip it out. So we would expect just this. Actually, let's grab the whole thing and remove. We would just expect the foo alone, because we'll strip it out. And this is only for while we're migrating, so it's only temporary, right? And then we'll have the other expectations, the server and client ID, right? That's the legacy mode, and then the new mode. Actually, I can just copy paste from this. The new mode is that instead of a foo key, we would have actions, and in that, that's another JSON object, which actually has that. And then we get that back out. Right, okay. So that's my expectation. In the encoding, we want the inverse. For encoding new ones, it should just use the new format. We don't need to worry about backwards compatibility, right? So just do that. And then expect it on the other end when we encode it. And then this should be JSON object actions, command actions, server and client ID. Okay, so then I actually have to add these. Wrong place. Include for it. How come it's not on my list? It would be ecs.hvp in the this one. All right, and then let's copy from this one. There we go. ECS. All right. This is the unique identifier of the server to which the client is. Okay, this is not a very good description. This is the unique identifier of the server to which the client. This refers. How to describe this? This is the unique identifier of the server to which a client is currently connected. This is the client. The client is the one which requested the actions. If we feed back internally to the server, it would be so we need to have a if 0, the actions were requested by the game server, the game itself, and not by a client, because this is used from two different places. Yeah, you have an almost identical definition of client in the thing you defined. Yeah, for me it's a combination of which server it's connected to, and then there's a serial number. So it's just repetition there. Okay. This is another case of where one need to change the game led to another, which led to a third, which led to a fourth. What's the bug here? What's wrong with that? Did I not give it a unique name? I didn't. So this is the new style. Okay, where's the bug? There it is. That should be ECS command. Probably in the other one too. No, that's correct. Am I running out of time? 15 more minutes for the normal schedule. Run. Commands tests. Yeah, so let's fix it. Alright, so to fix in code is easy. Where is that? Wrong file. I want to go to ecs.cpp in the commands. Here we go. So the encode is easy. We just do JSON object actions server ID client ID client ID. That should fix one of these. There we go. Okay, and then the create is a little bit more complicated, right? I suppose we could begin with that, and we can say if actions.has actions, then it is the new style. So how do we do this? I need to move it out somewhere, so auto wrapper equals standard move actions. And then actions equals standard move wrapper actions. Wrapper remove actions. Can't do that because it's modified, correct. So we need to remove it first, right? So server ID equals wrapper server ID. Client ID is wrapper client ID. Well, if it, I need to have an else, don't I? Oh yeah, I do need an else. Actually, this is always the case, right? So I'm gonna just move that out. And then this is always the case. We want to remove them. Wrapper.remove server ID. So we're extracting it out, basically. Client ID. If the wrapper has actions, the actions become that. Is that all that I need? Oh, otherwise we move it back. Actions equals standard move wrapper. I think that's it. Yep, okay. Cool. Alright, so commands test is done. ECS test next. This one. So then that's easily fixed here in ECS make ECS actions make command. Here I would ECS server ID is server ID, ECS client ID is client ID. Done. This is already gated on being a admin only message, right? That's where it's declared. Right, register admin message. Because we don't know, we don't want actual players to do this. Only an admin is allowed to do this. So back to the test. Okay, now it's encoded in the command. So then that means we have it when it comes back. So then that's the final part. It's on ECS actions, or wouldn't it be on ECS executed? I forget what it is. Oh, it wouldn't be in tests. That's right. On ECS actions executed. How come I don't see it here? On ECS executed? Why did I call it that? On ECS executed? It should be ECS actions. Oh, the ECS actions is the message. The command is ECS. Got it. All right. So here's where I can pull it back out, right? Because if the action was duplicate entity and we have a valid, so if command server ID is not equal to 0 and client ID is not equal to 0, then it's going back. We can give feedback to the client with a new. Actually, we have to. Everything about this has to be true. So this has to be results.has entity. Then const int new entity is results entity, and then we can. Actually, I don't need to do that. I can just pull it straight out. So that could be. We have to look up the client and server. How do we? Let me see how I do that. Put a bookmark there and search for that. Oh, this is how it's done. We say if we are the right server, then look through all our clients and we find a matching ID, then send it. And do I care if there's an error or not? Not. We just get, if it told us an entity was created, we're going to report it. So I don't need that. I just do that. Break if we find it. Good. So the type will be not temporary entity, but new entity, I guess. New entity. I could reuse that with the other command to add a new blank entity, right? I can reuse that later. So yeah, so I don't even need to do that. It'll already be an int. Why is this included though? Hold on, why is that included? We shouldn't need that. I think that's superfluous. Yeah, because we're sending it directly to the client. Why does the client need to know what its server and client ID are? It already should know that. All right, so that should make the other test pass, right? Back here? Where was it? Actually, do I have a test for that? Duplicate. I don't. I never made a test for this. I just wrote the code without making a test. So let's make one. Duplicate. I'm surprised I didn't make a test for it. Let's do it. We'll make it simple, just a single sword or something. Duplicate sword. Or duplicate entity. So, I don't know, item. Or how about original entity? Create one, and then we'll just create something in it, an item, sure. Call it a sword, whatever. And then there's a play. We don't need a player. Don't need that at all. Correct. Don't need this in here. Right, so the it's duplicate entity. I'm gonna steal from the other test. Right here. I'm gonna completely steal it. There we go. No one can stop me. Original entity. And then I'm not gonna bother having a delta. Actually, if there's no delta, will it break? That was back in the executor. Let me see if the delta, not having a delta, will break it. That will end up being an invalid entity, right? And so we'll go into here, and it's going to call keys. No, it's going to call has, and has will just return false if it's not an object. So no big deal. So it doesn't have to exist. Just simple. Okay, and then we do the thing, and then I don't even really need to do this. The only thing the coordinator is supposed to do is pass back the duplicate. Tim! Hi, Tim. How are you and your turtles doing? Shout out to the raider. You probably just came from Tim Bodette, but if you didn't come from Tim Bodette, then you should check out his stream the next time he streams. Finally, you get to raid me. You've raided me a bunch of times before. How are you doing? How was the Arizona... what was the keyword? It wasn't a racing game, it was an off-road. Arizona off-road. You were doing competitive analysis. Or is it market analysis? Arizona Derby. It seemed like a pretty glitchy game to me, but I was surprised you weren't more annoyed with it. I would have been annoyed at that low frame rate, but I guess you only paid $1 for it, so you get what you pay for. No quotes around that. You did a 2.5 page. I know, I'm just teasing you. Some people use that term as an excuse just to play games, but I know you're for real. So yeah, sorry, I'm just teasing. I shouldn't tease Tim. He's an excellent guy. So if you're new to my stream, you've never seen it before, this is a short intro. My game is online here, and I need to update that command. So in the past, I've called my game a multiplayer online RPG. Really, more correct is if you look up Mud Dungeon, the Wikipedia article, multi-user dungeon. So it's multiplayer real-time world, usually text-based, role-playing elements, hack and slash, player versus player, interactive fiction, and online chat. This is what it looks like. From the perspective of a normal player, it would look like this. So my game is a custom engine. I work on writing things from scratch a lot. So, for example, most game devs, except for Tim and I, usually start with the game engine like Unity or Unreal and make games on top of it. Tim and I are kind of unique on Twitch, I think. Well, there's a few others, but we're in the minority. We're actually making our own game engines. Yeah, I can absolutely tease you. It's fun. Just wanted to clarify in case others are not aware. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Yeah, so anyway, Tim and I are both making games on custom engines. So my custom engine is also written in C++, but I have a few other things thrown in. So my game is still under development along with the engine. So there's not much to play yet. But what you'll see me working on these days is adding features to the engine. Well, one feature we've been adding recently is interacting with treasure chests. So the idea that you can walk around in the world and look into a box and say, oh, there's something in it. And I can even put stuff in it if I want. Walk away, come back, and it's still there. Go to the other one. That's a different inventory, right? So inventory management, also equipping items, and making sure you can't do invalid things. Like I can't equip the sword on my foot. I can only equip it in my main hand. And right now, literally what I'm working on is up above my head, which is actually out of date. I was working on fixing bugs. Now I've moved on to, I'm adding a feature to the game where I can duplicate a container, and that recursively duplicates everything inside of it. Yeah, look, I drew this from this character model. Check it out, Tim. I am a new artist. I know my art is a little bit primitive, but hey, I drew based on this reference. I did not make this. I found this online. From this reference, I traced that off to the side. And I thought I did pretty good for my skill level. I'm still very much a noob at art, but that turned out pretty well, I think, compared to that. So yeah, this, like you might guess, is a depiction of your character's various equipment slots. Meant to be so that it's obvious. If you drag an item here, you're putting it on your head. Put it here, it's on your foot. Some that are maybe not so obvious is right here is your offhand, and this is the rings on your offhand, right? Only one ring slot right now. Maybe we'll add a second one. This is your main hand. This is your torso, neck, belt. So yeah, this wasn't here last week or the week before. Line list a little inconsistent. Yeah. I haven't gone back and polished it yet. One reason I didn't go back and polish it is I thought maybe my daughter, who's a lot better at art than I would just make a better version of this, and I would just replace it with hers. Bond right box is a little confusing. Yeah. So I'm open to suggestions on how to do it differently. One idea I got from multiple people is to put a gray silhouette inside the box with, like, this could be a silhouette of a ring, and this could be a silhouette of a shield and a belt and a helmet. So that gives you another clue about what kind of items would fit there. So yeah, it's still a work in progress. You'll see me working on various engine aspects, and it's mostly in C++ in the back end and JavaScript in the front end, but there are a few bits and pieces that are in other languages. And probably, I don't know, 4 to 6 months from now, I'll have enough of the engine working so that I'll be shifting more to content development. And then I have to struggle with making stories and probably get a lot of input from viewers and family members and friends and stuff like that, because I'm not the most creative person. I'm more of an implementer. So yeah, let me know if you guys have any questions. Thank you for the raid, Tim. And let me fix the current task because it's out of date. Current task. I'm not fixing bugs. I am adding a game command to deep duplicate, deep copy, or duplicate items. So I didn't need to do that before because in the past items were very simple. So let me demonstrate this without losing my gold. I will drop the gold on the ground, and so that it doesn't despawn, I'm going to go here and select it. Not that. I need to go on this screen. Select it and remove the despawn timer. So now it's a permanent piece of gold. So when you duplicate a normal item, it's really easy because an item consists of what it looks like, where it is in the world, and then what its various attributes are, like maximum number of things you can put in the stack, what its type is, how many is on the stack, that kind of thing. So duplicating is really easy. I can just do that, and boom, I have another stack of gold. And the only difference is the entity identifier is different, right? It gets complicated when you have a container, because it's not only an item, it has an extra container component which has itself item references in it. If I blindly clone this container, I'll end up with 2 boxes that have the same piece of gold in it. And that's a no-no. You don't want to have the same item in 2 boxes. So I'm having to do a deep item duplication where it has to see, oh, it's a container, first duplicate the contents of the container, then duplicate the chest, put the duplicates in the new chest, and then we're good, right? So I'm working on that right now. Staying true to a smaller idea, sticking to the essence of is much better in your experience than adding all the other fun stuff. Yeah. Right, so I'll probably start with a small story that's complete. And then iterate on that, and then once I get to a story that everyone seems to like, or enough people like, then expand upon it, right? Arizona Derby seemed to add any suggestion idea for fun, and it was all over the place? You mean, what do you mean by that? Oh, it prompted people to give you all sorts of, suggestions and ideas that are all over the place, you mean? Yeah. So if you have no idea about what you want and you get like 10 different opinions that pull you in 10 different directions, it can just be a mess, right? You're saying like pick a focus or objective and then let the input kind of refine that idea. I agree. Actually, that's the first game I saw you do that. I'm like, what? You can switch to a drone? Yeah, that was pretty fun. Okay, so I'm working on that. And this is what the inside guts of my game look like. This is a test framework for what happens when the piece of the server that communicates with the client, what happens when it needs to tell the client about the new entity that it created as a duplicate? So this is how we arrange there to be an original entity, which is a sword. And when we implement a command to ask it to duplicate the entity, what it should come back with, I haven't finished this part with, it's supposed to send a message to the original player saying, okay, I made the copy of your sword, it's this number now. So haven't written that yet. A little bit more insight into the entity component system of my game. You saw a little bit about it right here, right? That entities in the game have numbers, and then the data is attached as components. So they're all JSON values right now, just for convenience. But in the future, they might be binary things. And they can nest, obviously. You can have a value which is itself an entity reference. Good night, Tim. Thanks again. Actually, it's pretty late for you, right? So, hope you have a good time walking Indy. And try waking in 8 hours and do it all again. It's a rough life being an indie game dev, isn't it? So, this is what it looks like in raw data. This is what it looks like in the code. The components is a class that manages all of the entities in the game and their components. So you can ask it, create me an entity. Okay, now with that entity, create some components attached to it. And there's no native data type in C++ for JSON, so I made my own JSON class, and it has factories like JSON object. So that creates, you won't see that until I do that. JSON object is a factory that creates a JSON value, which is an object. If you know JSON, you know a JSON value could be a number, a string, an array, an object, a null. So there are various kinds of JSON values. So this one is an object, and an object is like a dictionary, keys and values. The values themselves can be, again, JSON objects, so they can nest like this. An object that contains another object, which happens to contain an array, which contains integers. So it can nest pretty deeply. So to make it fit into C++, kind of like N. Lohmann's library for JSON, I have a syntax using initializer lists that makes it so it almost looks like JSON in JavaScript, only with the little things that are different here and there that are here because I don't quite know how to do the syntax without that. Like in real JSON, that would be a colon, so you can't use that in C++, so I made it a comma. And this, invoking the factory, I had to give it a name. What you really want to do is like have it not have the name, but I couldn't quite figure that out. Stuff like that. So let me know if you guys have any questions. I'm going to try to finish this feature. I do test-driven development. So what you'll see me do a lot is either start a fresh new test or copy an existing test and repurpose it to describe a use case. So this is the use case where we're, from the coordinator's point of view, we're duplicating an entity. One more piece of background. The back end of my game has many different pieces in it, so when you hear these words, you can fit it to this picture, hopefully. In a very broad sense, all of the game data is stored in the entity component system. So like you saw, there are entity numbers, and attached to them there are data structures in JSON. The executor component is the only piece of the game allowed to directly change the entity component system, and it doesn't make decisions. It just blindly makes changes based on commands that have been put into a journal. There is a journal in order to replicate game state across servers. That lets us have many servers in parallel in what's called a cluster for server replication, fault tolerance, and that kind of thing. So anything we want to change in the game is represented by a command that's appended to a journal, which is like a sequence of commands. And the executor blindly just pulls them out of the journal and changes them. And then any feedback that's required gets sent back to the coordinator, and that is responsible for taking that feedback and directing it where it needs to go. So if the command was originally requested by a client, it says, okay, that command got executed. Let me send the results back to the client that the command remembers was who requested it. So when I'm working on the coordinator, it's taking feedback from changes made to the game and directing them back to clients. The clients in the game are all connected to the server through WebSockets. So if you played my game and you opened up the F12 screen in your browser, and you looked at the network tab, you might have to reload after you open that up. You'll see that there's going to be a connection between the front end and the back end, and every message between the game's front end and the back end is through one or more of these JSON messages that goes across the WebSocket. And Chrome's built-in dev tools are sweet in that I can click on any message and it basically parses the JSON out for me. It's really convenient. And all of these messages are coming from that coordinator component in this diagram as a result of feedback from changes in the entity component system. So this is all in my public notebook. Let me know if you need the link. There's always a link to what I'm working on in the current day if you do the today command. That's what I've been working on today. And let's continue. So the use case is duplicate item from the coordinator's point of view. So we set up, this is the command that will be put into the journal, but we don't have a real journal. We're mocking the journal. So we pretend that we got the committed by the cluster. And then I don't actually think I need this explicit feedback, do I? I can just pretend to do it by just saying create entity. And just to get the duplicate entity. So const auto duplicate entity is that. And I'm not even going to bother to create the duplicate elements because the coordinator shouldn't care. We should just publish the fact that we created it. And the requirement here is that it get this value called entity in the feedback. And that should be the duplicate entity number. So that goes right there. And then what we expect it to do is take this number and give it back to the player through a special message, which I need to invent now. So I already have the code for it. I just didn't write the test. It was new entity. New entity, and then I'll just copy from the code. Entity is the duplicate entity. So there we go. That's what I expect to be sent back to the player. So I'm going to build that and make sure the test passes. I made the mistake of doing the code here before I wrote the test. Normally I'd write the test first, then write the code, then see that the test goes from failed to pass. But I did it backwards by accident. Okay, the message wasn't sent. Oh, because I didn't set it up in the command. We have to pretend that it came from that same server. So this, right, we have to be explicit about the server ID because we want to put it here. Command client ID. And I think from here I can take it out of the player.client ID. There we go. So now it will be routed back to the pretend player that we have. All right, run that. Cool. So now that's it for the back end. So I'm gonna make the release build, and while I'm building the release build of the game's backend, I'm gonna work on the front end. So the front end has some old code for duplicating the entities, and that is in this stage.js down here. So it's doing it through a more direct message saying, please create an entity, and it actually does the copying itself. So we're gonna just remove this. I am going to call this position delta and then just do that. And that shouldn't exist, right? Yeah, so we're going to just say Z is world Z. And then dispatch send to game. This is the new thing that I invented for this, which is from this test. What does it say? No, not that one. Oh, it's still ECS actions, but the type is different, and that we see here. Duplicate entity, that's what it is. And then this, so we need an entity reference. What is that? Is that just E? E. So it'll be E, the original entity number, which is selected entity. And then the component delta, I think, is just D. Yeah, D. So D would be a map that has in it a pause, and this is the pause delta. And so this replaces all this junk. And we'll then need to handle the response that comes back. So I don't need any of this stuff, right? I don't need... Do I need that? I do need that for this. Okay, never mind. Yeah. All right, so that's updated. And then, so when messages come back, it's game... Actually, I don't need to look at the message that comes back yet. This should actually be minimally functional. So I'm going to stop the game server, update the code, and serve it again, assuming that this built. Oh, it's not done building. Now it's done building, so try again. Update and then serve. And then I'm going to test by duplicating the treasure chest, and if it succeeds, it will have done a deep duplication of it. And if it fails, I'll be sad. All right, so back in here. Here is the treasure chest. We're going to duplicate that. So I'm going to say, please dupe it there. Ooh, it did it. And this number here that's hard to see is different between those two treasure chests. But as a player, if I go and look at these different boxes, they should both have 23 gold in it. But this is a dupe, so I should be able to pick that up. Oh, yeah, I should be able to pick that up, move over to the other chest, and there's a... So that's a separate stack of gold in this. Double check would be there should be no errors about multiple holders of the same item. Cool. Nice. I like it. It worked. First try. One of the cool things about using test-driven development is you do a lot of your checking up front, and then when everything is passing all your tests, usually it's pretty straightforward to actually integrate and run it if it's a small thing like this. So then I can duplicate anything now. So a real test would be a chest which contains a chest which contains gold, right? So let's do that. Let me put that chest has money in it, right? Let's take the money out, and I need to let's remove this old chest there. I'm going to take that chest and mark that it's no longer immovable. So check that to false. Update. So now I can pick up that chest if I wanted. So so there's the chest, and I can drop it again. So let's put money in the chest, then pick it up, and then put the chest in the other chest. Cool. Now, let me look at it. Ooh, I just realized something. If I duplicate an item that a player is looking into, it'll duplicate the look component too, so I need to make sure they're not looking at it. Not looking at it now. So this chest contains within it the reference to another chest, which contains within it a pile of gold. So if I look at the original chest there and duplicate it, now there should be a duplicate chest with duplicated gold inside of it. Let's check. Yep. So there's the duped internal chest, and it has duped gold inside of it. Sweet. All right, so as a player, I can now pick up this duped chest. Oh, interesting. Oh, because the original outer chest is immovable, but I can look into it and pick out the duped chest, drop that, and then look in there and find the duped gold. More gold for me. Nice. It works. I love it. So we have nested boxes. We don't yet support boxes that are contained within themselves. That's going to be a surprise. So yeah, I can remove these dupes now, right? So remove them. Cool. All right. Objective complete. Let's check that in. So I modified the ECS command so that we can send feedback to clients. We didn't support that before today. So that's this change, and the test for it. Where is that? Right here. So extend ECS commands to include server client IDs. Okay, and then this whole thing is adding the capability of server. So add server side entity duplication, deep duplication, deep copy duplication. Actually, let's just say deep copy capability. Right. Good enough for me? Committed. Pushed. I need to find a stopping point because I am 21 minutes overtime. Let's see. I did up to what? I did up to that. And then I did a side project which was deep item duplication. So these ones I have not done yet, and I still need to go do refactoring. So no refactoring today. Can I do this quickly, or should I end now? Restore the equipment held by a player. That's a little bit complicated because I have to work with backing up and restoring old player accounts. I really don't want to do that today. What about this one? Break dialogue and look interactions when participants are destroyed. Yeah, that's more complicated too. This probably would be a good idea to call it here. And work more on Friday. So I'm not streaming tomorrow, but I'll be back Friday for 2 different time slots. For me, it's a morning and an afternoon time slot. It adds up to about 7 hours. So a lot of coding tomorrow. And I'll probably be continuing work on or finishing up these loose ends and then doing refactoring. So, about refactoring, you should never do what I do and let a file get almost 10,000 lines long. Don't do that. It's a bad habit of mine. So there are a couple things that I'm doing wrong here. My tests don't fit on one screen. They are too complicated. They do not use helper methods. The other thing I'm doing wrong is even if I collapse the number of tests here, there are too many in this file. There are literally like hundreds of them. So the 2 refactoring techniques I'll be doing probably on Friday is dividing this test suite for the executor into various pieces, probably along the lines of different categories of use cases like items and NPCs and accounts, stuff like that. And then that will chop it up into pieces, and then each piece having these tests in it, the second refactoring technique will be a lot of the setting up of the tests, a lot of the actual things that we do in the tests are copy pasted all over the place, and they're difficult to read. So for example, this block of code could be simplified by having a helper method that says create test item and call it a fidget spinner and make 1 of it, right? This would be a lot easier to read. It would be 1 line instead of 10. So I'll be doing that. Hopefully to shorten this test, the objective would be make it fit onto 1 page and more easily read. So that's all I'll probably be doing on Friday. If that sounds interesting, I hope you'll join me then. And until then, let me find someone to raid. See how smooth the segue is for that? Let's see who's streaming this late for me. We can see something totally different, so I could raid an artist who's working on sound and music. Oh, thank you for the Kira. I'm glad you were here to watch it. We can raid someone who is an artist who is working on sound and music for their game, so more game dev. I could raid someone who's working on, looks like code for their game. I could raid a Minecraft streamer who I like, or someone who's learning JavaScript, or another guy is working on his game. Code cleanup sounds like it'll be a satisfying stream. Some people like it and some people hate it. I just do it because it needs to be done, and I'm bad at doing it, so I need to improve. So it I have to force myself to do it. It's a really bad habit to write code that's not clean like this. A better habit to get into would be write it clean from the start, but I think it's really difficult, at least for me. Who do I feel like rating? How long? Hmm. I think I'm gonna raid the artist who is working on sound and music for their game because I haven't had a chance of rating him in a while. He's a great guy. He's in Australia. His name's Adam. He's got a game called Insignia. It's a Metroidvania type game written in Unity. He does all the art, all the sound, all the music, all the code for it, and he's been working on it for several years. It's a labor of love, and he's got demos out so you can play the game now. I watch him because I need to get better at art. He's got really good techniques. His art is top notch, and if you're interested in learning more pixel art, definitely recommend watching him. So I'm going to rate him. Let me hit the button. Actually, he shows up first on recommended rates, so that's perfect. There we go. I'm going to rate Adam C. Eunice. Let's say hi to him. I hope you'll join me back on Friday. In the meantime, hope you have an excellent rest of your day or evening, and take care. All right, bye.